day, let me show you how. Cause still I play WoW, still I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a slash bow. Still I play WoW, still I play WoW.
It's been a lot of years, shit did this game change, and I still cannot decide if I should melee or range. See, it started in vanilla when nobody knew shit. It was all a big adventure and we got addicted to it. Took a year to get 60, then came Burning Crusade, PvP in arenas, heroic dungeons and raids, good times. But you know another thing, everybody lost their shit when we got the Lich King, and it was beautiful. What was all that you heard? PvP videos, always with music from Disturbed, great questing, great raids, and man, what a story. Rat was the best in almost every category. Then came Cataclysm, Deathbringer was pissed. All of Azeroth revamped, but the feelings were mixed. Was the first time numbers were dropping from the game, and the first fit on this channel, so remember the name.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still I play WoW, still I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still I play WoW, still I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play.
What is worth fighting for?
Remember when we got mists, Pandarans, new talent tree and monks using fists. Initially we hated it, didn't see through the cracks, but in the end they turned out to be one of the best specs. Warlords got cut by the developer knife.
But hey, what got me back into my social life?
Then Legion came through. Man, what a beauty, got my artifact weapon and was back on duty. M plus was a breakthrough, Coruscant into raids, Mage Tower gear sets and the class campaigns. A big sword in the world, moving to BFA. We got traits, but artifacts were taken away. Bad decision, bad system, everything seemed blessed. They try to fix it in patch 8.2, and the essence says move it in the right direction, although some still doubt, especially now with 8.3 being out. The finale was weak with the ending of the South. No big plot, but the big sport still in Azeroth. Either you hate it or love it, the cycle never ends. Marcelian online, baby, see you in Shadowlands.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still I play WoW, still I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still I play WoW, still I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a slash bow. Still I play WoW, still I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still I play WoW, still I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still I play WoW, still I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a slash bow. Still I play WoW, still I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still I play WoW, still I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still I play WoW, still I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a slash bow. Still I play WoW, still I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still I play WoW, still I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still I play WoW, still I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a slash bow. Still I play WoW, still I play WoW.
It's been a lot of years, shit did this game change, and I still cannot decide if I should melee or range. See, it started in vanilla when nobody knew shit. It was all a big adventure and we got addicted to it. Took a year to get 60, then came Burning Crusade, PvP in arenas, heroic dungeons and raids, good times. But you know another thing, everybody lost their shit when we got the Lich King, and it was beautiful. What was all that you heard? PvP videos, always with music from Disturbed, great questing, great raids, and man, what a story. Rat was the best in almost every category. Then came Cataclysm, Deathbringer was pissed. All of Azeroth revamped, but the feelings were mixed. Was the first time numbers were dropping from the game, and the first fit on this channel, so remember the name.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still I play WoW, still I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still I play WoW, still I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play.
Remember when we got myths, Pandarans, new talent tree and monks using fists. Initially we hated it, didn't see through the cracks, but in the end they turned out to be one of the best specs. Warlords got cut by the developer knife.
But hey, what got me back into my social life?
Then Legion came through. Man, what a beauty, got my artifact weapon and was back on duty. M plus was a breakthrough, Coruscant into raids, Mage Tower gear sets and the class campaigns. A big sword in the world, moving to BFA. We got traits, but artifacts were taken away. Bad decision, bad system, everything seemed blessed. They try to fix it in patch 8.2, and the essence says move it in the right direction, although some still doubt, especially now with 8.3 being out. The finale was weak with the ending of Nissath, no big plot, but the big sport still in Azeroth. Either you hate it or love it, the cycle never ends. Marcelian Online, baby, see you in Shadowlands.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classical retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classical retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classical retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classical retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW.
It's been a lot of years, shit did this game change, and I still cannot decide if I should melee or range. See, it started in vanilla when nobody knew shit. It was all a big adventure and we got addicted to it. Took a year to get 60, then came Burning Crusade, PvP in arenas, heroic dungeons and raids, good times. But you know another thing, everybody lost their shit when we got the Lich King, and it was beautiful. What was all that you heard? PvP videos, always with music from the start, great questing, great raids, and man, what a story. Wrath was the best in almost every category. Then came Cataclysm, Deathbringer was pissed. All of Azeroth revamped, but the feelings were mixed. Was the first time numbers were dropping from the game, and the first fit on this channel, so remember the name.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play.
What is worth fighting for?
Remember when we got myths, Pandarans, new talent tree and monks using fists. Initially we hated it, didn't see through the cracks, but in the end they turned out to be one of the best specs. Warlords got cut by the developer knife.
But hey, what got me back into my social life?
Then Legion came through. Man, what a beauty, got my artifact weapon and was back on duty. M plus was a breakthrough, Coruscant into raids, Mage Tower gear sets and the class campaigns. A big sword in the world, moving to BFA. We got traits, but artifacts were taken away. Bad decision, bad system, everything seemed blessed. They try to fix it in patch 8.2, and the essence says move it in the right direction, although some still doubt, especially now with 8.3 being out. The finale was weak with the ending of Nissath, no big plot, but the big sport still in Azeroth. Either you hate it or love it, the cycle never ends. Marcelian Online, baby, see you in Shadowlands.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classical retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classical retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classical retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play.
Yeah, this is not happening. Hello, everybody. Here's this actually.
Yeah,
who's been chatting?
Shit, did this game change? And I still cannot decide if I should melee or range. See, it started in vanilla when nobody knew shit. It was all a big adventure and we got addicted to it. Took a year to get 60, then...
Okay. Hello, 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 everybody. I'll chat. Where is it? I already had it. I'm a dumbass. Hi! How was everybody's weekend? Actually, why am I on live? Should be on PTR. Old reflexes die hardest. I had a molar pulled out, and now it's difficult to chew, so it takes way longer for me to eat. I was hoping to finish this sandwich like 15 minutes ago. Well, now here we are. I'm falling apart. I swear to God, like, all of this shit has started to happen like in the last month. I'm getting all no, I refuse to believe that. You know the saying, when it rains it pours. It just poured quite a bit. I hope before next patch goes live that Blizzard will move Gargle to where Unholy Assault is located and rework Gargle a bit more. I'm hoping so too, man, because I was looking a little bit at Death Knight to kind of see exactly what's going on. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Frost at the very least just needs obviously a little bit more help. So how's the arm? Better. I mean, it's still in the cast. It's been getting a little bit sore lately, so I hope that's not a big problem. I've been working my fingers a little bit. Tomorrow I have a doctor's appointment, so I think it's tomorrow, right? Let's see. Oh no, it's on Wednesday. Okay. Wait, didn't they change it? I think they changed my schedule. I remember they scheduled it. Need to double check and confirm. Yeah, I remember it was changed. Yeah, it's a rough life, Anwar. Rough life. All of this to say that I have an excuse for having to eat on stream. Hello, Carter. Now, I want to do something today that I don't usually do. I don't think I've ever done this on stream, but write down some ideas for a potential Frost Decay video rework. That I have put down here. That I want to cover in a video this week. Hello. Mulțumesc. What do you think about Breath of Sindragosa new design? Is it less clunky in dungeons? I don't know what you mean by clunky. I think people just use clunky a lot. It's better in the way that it matches with your cooldowns and the patches, the packs. You still have to generate runic power as it goes, but it's a set set duration. So you don't have to maintain it endlessly, and you can choose how long you're looking to maintain it for 8 seconds, 15 seconds. So it's better. It's definitely 100% better because there's like more choice in how to play it. The thing is, on paper, there's more choice because in practice it depends, and this is where I'm starting to have some like gripes with it. If you channel it one charge, then it will always align with your pillar. It's going to be a 45-second cooldown, which is super cool for Mythic Plus. It's a damage profile that I think Red has as well. It's severely undertuned, so I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to take from this, like how well it matches with the builds and stuff. The problem goes from there. If you channel into the second charge, it's 1 minute and 15 seconds cooldown. Now that's just weird, no? Advanced 45-second cooldown, yeah, so you're left with 1 minute and 15. 1 minute and 15 seconds doesn't align with Pillar or Frostworm's Fury. So if it was like 30 seconds, sure. But if you do charge it all the way, and if you charge it all the way to max, it's 2 minutes, and then it definitely doesn't align with anything, right? Am I weird? So if you channel it twice, it refunds 45 seconds of cooldown. That means you're left with 1 minute and 15, yeah. So the problem is that only the first charge aligns with all of your cooldowns, and now your pillar is 45, your Frostworm's 1 minute and a half, so, you know, every other pillar you have Frostworm. So that part is a little bit confusing, because obviously we want to align cooldowns. I don't know if there's a situation where you would charge it to second or third. You might charge it to the third try if you just want to like blast all, if it's like a Bloodlust point, because it just does more raw damage per cast. And then I don't know, and then you'll wait 2 minutes. At minute and a half, you're using Pillar and Frostworm again, if you take Frostworm. And then this comes off cooldown and you have to hold it for like 15 more seconds, which might not be the end of the world. So you might have a little bit of downtime. Maybe max charge will probably be overall the best. You lose 15 seconds because it stays off cooldown 15 seconds. If that matches with, you know, downtime between packs and Mythic Plus, or like a boss phase intermission, then that can work too. At for molar sicking out as a kid. Thankfully I left room for my wisdom teeth to come in. I haven't needed to get them pulled. Yeah, I think I got 2 wisdom teeth pulled out. I need I just need implants right now, because they're gone. I have like nothing to chew with. Will be Rider of the Apocalypse viable after changes? Rider of the Apocalypse is viable now. People just don't like to play because it does slightly less damage. I don't know what the builds are. This is where we get to some other issues that Frost Decay has. And that's the way the hero talents work. Because right now, the hero talents work a lot on obliterate. Okay, so the things that I want to touch on. I want to, where is it? First of all, I want to check something before we go on. Can I? Perfect. This is what I want. All right. Oh, this is this. We need to do wow head and wow head. They changed a little bit Deathbringer, and I'm just not seeing what it is exactly they changed. So Frost Decay, Deathbringer, or PTR here. Frost Decay, Death. Okay, this is the live version. So the live version of Repo, can you see this? Kind of. Something like this, maybe. So, Reaper's Mark viciously slices into the soul of the enemy, dealing Shadow Frost damage and applying Reaper's Mark. Each time you deal Shadow or Frost damage, add a stack of Reaper's Mark. After 12 seconds or reaching 40 stacks, the mark explodes. Reaper's Mark travels to an unmarked enemy nearby. If the target dies or explodes below 35% health, then there are no enemies. When there are no enemies to travel to, the explosion can occur again. Okay, blah, 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 blah. And this does the same thing, but I think... Oh no, still 40 stacks. Why does it say... Well, didn't it say more stacks? It says 55 stacks. You don't get random procs anymore. Well, Frostman's Fury already has a unique effect, right? You get the stunning effect and the slow movement speed. So you also slow and stun them. And now Frostman's Fury can take another talent that gives you 8% mastery per target hit. So if you hit 5 targets, you get 40% mastery, which is what the old pillar used to do. Okay, so they took away the Reaper's Mark travels to an unmarked enemy nearby if the target dies or explodes below 35% health when there are no enemies to travel to. Okay. This explosion can occur again on a target for 3 minutes. I cannot really tell what was changed. Okay. I feel like the changes are so specific. Was it exterminate? Where was it, man? Let me read this out. 11.2 developer patch notes. Maybe I'm just silly right now. Okay, this is where we had the class changes as well. Okay, a bunch of dev notes. Deathbringer. Exterminate has been updated. First Scythe of Exterminate no longer has a chance to apply Reaper's Mark. Okay, so that's what they changed. First Sight of Exterminate has 100% chance to grant Killing Machine. Okay, so this is new. The first Sight now has a 25% chance to summon a Dancing Root weapon. Okay, so they don't apply anymore the Reaper's Mark, so this is probably... The first Scythe strikes your target for Shadow Frozen has a 30% chance to apply Reaper's Mark. And now... it just gives you Killing Machine. Okay, so this is really what changed. Okay. I thought it was gonna be something a little bit more abstract. Hey, what up, Alex? How's it going, man? Yeah, Medallia, I actually just did that. Yeah. Alright. So... Do I mention this? I guess I can mention this. Let's talk Breath of Sindragosa, Frostbrand, Talent Swaps, Hero Talent 6. Nope. 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 The first problem here is type? Hello? Exterminate gives killing machine and not Reaper's mark. Obliterate triggers. This is a problem that I noticed. Triggers exterminates. Obliterate triggers Trollbane's Icy Fury. Obliterate does not cleave anymore with cleaving strikes. In current state, either Frost or Unholy is in a really bad state. Yeah, it's insufficient. It's insufficient. I mean, I cannot take the rework seriously. The fact that you cannot cleave obliterates, but both your talents in AoE work with you cleaving obliterates is a problem. I don't know what the consensus is for single targets. I feel like the new reworks for single target are fine, but there are still issues with some of the talents. They're just not... They just don't make sense. This is a big gate. I understand Frost Scythe. The thing is, the big problem that was with Frost Scythe in the past, all these years, was it was never really tuned properly. And that was the main reason why you wouldn't use Frost Scythe in almost any builds. And now on the PTR, there's a big problem with everything being undertuned. So I don't know if the current tuning is bad on Frost Scythe because they just didn't tune it yet, or if the current tuning is bad on Frost Scythe because that's just how they want the tuning to be. It's a sad statement for it's time for even the tuning isn't done yet. Release a tier, so which is 40% such an is. Bro, that is exactly tuning, man. Just also kind of boring as well. I mean, people like to define rework in different ways. I don't know what you would consider a rework. I would consider this a rework because it reworked how Breath of Sindragosa works. It reworked how Obliterate works, partially, but partially still a rework. It reworked Empowered Rune Weapon. It added new talents. It took away old talents. It repositioned talents. Like, I mean, if this isn't a rework, then what is? A full change of 100% of the year? You're never gonna get that. That's never gonna happen. And that's just a new spec. Oh, I haven't even gotten to Unholy. Is it that bad? I didn't play many classes, Richie. Not yet, no. Only played Frozika and Shadow Priest. Alright, we'll get to Unholy. After this, I'm definitely gonna go to Unholy. Alright. What else changed? Actually, I don't think I'm gonna go into the big details, but Frostworm's Fury. Alright. Frost Scythe crits 3 times instead of 5. Gets Extra damage from cleaving strikes. What else makes a Frostite good? Frost. Runic Strike, this just feels like... I don't understand why this is a talent. Why is this a talent? You're never not going to play Obliterates and Frostites with their intended rework. Why is there a talent that makes them do more damage? Why is this just not baseline? Is anybody gonna build around this and not take that? And if they not take that, isn't this like a dead talent then? Because this is just pure DPS. It's early PTR, man. Yeah, don't get too worked up about it. Ross having no cooldowns, yeah. Evil Befall, thank you for the 14 months, man. Appreciate it. Probably the pathing. Oh, you mean this is for the pathing? There's definitely some problems here, I believe, with some of the talents. This is the build that I've played last. Let's see. What am I gonna write down? Damage from cleaving strike. I think Might of the Frozen Waste, doesn't this increase Frostite too? Hey Alex, thank you for the 9 months, man. Baby monk together. Would have been born
enough to have a baby monk together.
Born little celestial motherfucker. Obviously Windwalker. Okay, Might of the Frozen Wastes. Let's type this issues. I care about this. Froststorm's Fury. Howling Blast. When it comes to Howling Blast, I kind of want to mention all of the new talents. Howling. With this type of situation on the PTR, it's very hard for me to talk about damage because a lot of the stuff is damage, so I have to kind of avoid talking about the damage parts. This is just like a weird talent, Howling Blades. You can get Kill Machine outside of your auto attacks. Yeah, no, I super appreciate your guys' feedback on Unholy, and I really want it once I get to Unholy as well. If you're still around, I'm gonna be asking you guys questions. Yeah, 375. Is it 375 or 360? Was Frozen Champion the same before and after? Because I cannot keep up with all of the changes. Oh, this gives 6 runic power. Now this gives 8. This is slightly better. 2 extra runic power. I don't think people are gonna care too much about that. Wait, did they change Everfrost too? Oh, this is cute. Where is Everfrost? Oh wait, do we not have Everfrost? Oh, so Everfrost, because this is the, I thought this was the conduit from Shadowlands. The arm is getting better, I hope, yeah. Shorter isn't more damage, actually. The most amount of damage in breath with the current tuning is by casting it at the highest level. Mathematically, you do more damage with the last by charging it to the most. Unless they change it. So I did the math basically. Pure DPS per, I don't know, per 2 minutes or whatever, you do significantly more damage by charging at max. The thing is with max, I don't know, this is debatable because the numbers are relative, they can definitely change. But if this is their intention, then sure. I mean, to keep it for 30 seconds and have it 2 minutes and not be able to align with any other cooldowns is a big drawback, so it might as well do more damage. Yeah, probably the short breath is probably the best, because charging it once is it makes it a 45-second cooldown, and then it will always align with your pillar and with Reaper's Mark. Mostly it's pillar, right? Because you can play Rider of the Apocalypse. Even with Rider of the Apocalypse, if you charge it once, every second breath you have your horseman. If you play breath with Rider of the Apocalypse, of course. So it does initial damage and damage over time. So the initial damage is a little bit better in charge 1, but it's not, the difference is not high. Like on the PTR right now, and it's also under tune. Like I feel like it's under tune. So on the PTR, you can read the tooltip, right? Charge it once, it does 360k damage up front. Charge it twice, it does 291k, and charge it 3 times is 240k. Like the difference is, I don't know, 30%? 33% upfront damage, more than the third one if you charge it once. But the damage over time is the same on all of them. The last one just lasts longer. So essentially, I don't even know, man. How's the math on this? Because the rank 1, you get the damage over time only for 8 seconds. While with the last charge, you get the damage over time for 30 total seconds. And if you charge it to max, essentially you have 25% uptime on breath if you charge it all the way to 3. But if you only charge it once, what is 45 divided by 8? 45 divided by 8. That's what, 20%? A little less than 20% uptime? So it's 25% uptime versus like 18-19% uptime, right? Or whatever. If my math is correct, which is probably not. But overall, with the current tuning, mathematically speaking, you get more damage by charging a max. But that's on paper. That's on a training dummy. I did not see your comments on Mage, no. Yeah, the numbers don't really matter. What matters is what they want to achieve. Do they want to achieve that having to hold it up for 30 seconds is the most amount of damage? That's perfectly fine. It rewards skillful play. It's not hard to hold it for 30 seconds. If you're a seasoned Frost DK, it might be even super easy to do it. If you're a beginner DK, obviously that's going to be a problem because you're not used to how much it drains your runic power. Although you do have more tools to generate runic power, like the new Empowered Rune Weapon just flat out gives you a chunk. It gets 40 runic power once you press it, and you have 2 charges of it. Yeah, well, there's a lot of flexibility. Inherently, there's a lot of flexibility with this, and this is what you want. You want to have choices. This is why specs like Red Paladin is so good, because Red Paladin can choose which type of damage profile it wants, and it wants the 45 seconds, right? Dynamically changing the cooldown of your cooldowns works really well. You have Mage that does that with shifting power. You have Rogues that kind of do that. I guess Subtlety and maybe Outlaw does that. Or if not, then just give like a 45-second damage profile. That's usually good. I should remove the GCD again. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not for putting stuff on the GCD, but now Empower Rune Weapon just slaps the target with a lot of damage. It's quite a bit of damage, and it's not like it's uncapped as far as I understand it. Well, it's, you know, it's uncapped in the sense that it does the most amount of damage to your primary target, and then it just does the same AoE damage to everything else. And the upfront damage is the same as the Breath of Sindragosa upfront damage. Or no, the scaling is the same, never mind. Yeah, rank 1 Breath Blast is just as much as Empower Rune Weapon. So you press it, you do a lot of damage, and you get 40 runic power and a Killing Machine proc. If you want this off the global cooldown, I think this might be a little bit too much with the current design of specs. Because it gives you a lot of stuff. You get a lot of stuff off of the global cooldown, and it might force you to make some macros. The rune weapon is different. So the Empower Rune Weapon now, it slaps the target with damage. Like I said, it gives you 40 runic power and grants you 1 charge of Killing Machine. I understand most of the chains are not very good. So it doesn't matter what I think about Unholy, I do have to have that mindset that the changes are not very good. I get it, man. I get it. I will not form my own opinion. I will listen to chat. No, it doesn't buff damage, no. This doesn't buff your damage anymore. This is kind of decently good for Breath of Sindragosa. I don't know if you ever want this for non-breath builds. This is just this is just deals damage and gives you some stuffs. I mean, it could work well with Obliteration also, because you're gonna be playing killing streak. Maybe you want the extra Killing Machine proc from Empower Rune Weapon into Killing Streak. Okay. Big changes to Howling Blast. So Rhyme does more damage to secondary targets. So for Howling Blast, I want to point out Everfrost. North Winds is really cool, actually. North Winds gives it what, 75% more single target damage? Oh no, just overall. So North Winds is 2 target cleave with way more damage. And then you have Icebreaker, which just gives it more single target damage. This, we already had this. Icebreaker. I don't think Avalanche. I guess we can talk about Avalanche, sure. Avalanche, then no Rage of the Frozen Champion. And wait, did they change Obliterate? Obliteration? During Pillar, Frost and Howling Blast, always gonna kill machine. After chance to generate a rune. Pillar Frost power weapon because units obliterate. Frostite to cost no runes. Okay, we lost Arctic Assault though. This was a good tier set, man. Okay, so Obliteration also has the new text saying additionally during Pillar of Frost, Empower Rune Weapon. Okay, so Empower Rune Weapon causes your next Obliterate or Frostite to cost no rune, by the way, so this is actually big. Because during Obliteration, you can use Empower Rune Weapon if you're out of runes. It will give you Killing Machine, and you can cast your Obliterate without having to worry about runes. Hey, Mikey Moto, thank you for the 2 months, buddy, appreciate it. All right. Arctic Assault was very good though. Not so sure about that. So we have Glacial Advance baseline, right? Power Rune Weapon changes. And you have this quite a bit though. This could be interesting because you have Frostbound Will. Frostbound Will. Frozen Dominion. Alright. And it's not Frostbrand, but Frostbane. Shattering Blade didn't have this effect in Season 1, right? Frost Strike damages an enemy with 5 stacks of Raise Rise. Item will consume to deal additional 150% frost damage, which still remains. But now, Glacial Advance applies Raise Rise by default. We lost Shattered Frost, which it was a new talent that we had for 2 seasons. To make consuming Raise Rise deal AoE damage, but instead we have Frostbane, which I think is better. Casting Glacial Advance has a chance to make your next Frost Strike cost 40 less runic power and transform into Frostbane. And Frostbane is kind of like a combo ability. Just press it, it just does its thing. And just does like, I think, 2 slashes or something. Yeah, 2 slashes. Does a bunch of damage. And hits everything in front of you. And pops all Raise Rises. With a little bit of a soft cap on targets. So this is way more interesting, for instance, than Shadow Frost. You just take away the tab targeting with this, which is good. And I think this changes as well. Cryogenic Chamber. Each time Frostford deals damage, 15% of damage dealt is gathered into the next cast of Remorseless Winter, which still remained. However, this will now also replace Remorseless Winter, and Remorseless Winter will only be summoned by your Pillar of Frost, and it will last by default 4 seconds longer. I don't think Remorseless Winter is a talent. I think it's baseline. How long does it normally last for? 8 seconds. Wait, so does it last 12 seconds if I take Cryogenic Chamber? Oh, I cannot. What the fuck? If I take Cryogenic Chamber, it lasts 12 seconds. And I can extend it for how long? I believe. Wait, Gathering Storm. Each rune spent during Remorseless Winter increases its damage by 10% and extends the duration by 0.5 seconds. On live, you could actually have 100% uptime on Remorseless Winter, if I'm not mistaken, but you could just cast it more often. You could cast it more often, and 20 seconds uptime. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this changes the uptime. I think they're gonna look into it to see if you can realistically maintain 100% uptime on it. But you can at least have it for the entirety of Pillar of Frost and Breath of Sindragosa as well. So that's a good thing. Takes a button off your bar. I feel like this is getting red treatment. I hope this doesn't turn into red, bro. Now I'm a little bit skeptical whenever buttons get removed off of your bars. Like, I'm not a fan of Blow. Plus, we lost Chill Streak, which I guess they just could not make it work whatsoever. We lost also Horn of Winter, which I think kind of got baked into Empower Rune Weapon. Empower Weapon just doesn't give you any more runes now. You can send it to the 3 times currently on live, depending on procs. Yeah. I know that in Season 1 I played a little bit with it, and I got, like, as a very average Frost DK, I managed to get, like, a 100% uptime on it. Like, as it was dropping, it came off cooldown, so I could recast it again. Okay. Frostbane. No more tab targeting. That's what we're looking at. Targeting with 1T. Okay. Frostbite. Living Strikes. D&D dead. There's no real point in having Death and Decay. This is why I think this is insufficient. Did I miss anything? Killing streak. I think I can put this here. Killing streak plus obliteration. Synergy with the power rune weapon. Word of Winter should be a raid buff, just slap on 3% haste crit and 3% crit damage increase. That's crazy. That sounds like a big damage gain. I'm not opposed to it, but damn, dude, that's a lot. That's a lot of damage. These are very boring talents. These feel like just mandatory gates so that you don't easily access these talents. You can even, yeah, you can even skip these entirely, depending on how much damage you gain or lose. I can imagine 15% runic regeneration rate is better than Froststorm's Fury. Damage of Froststrike and Glacial Advance is something that you're probably not going to be playing with Breath, though, because you'll be using Breath for all of your DPS cooldowns. So in your big burst windows, this talent doesn't exist, and you have 2 points there, so I don't know if this is going to be valuable. Okay. Man, this rework seems so complicated to break down. Oh no, we still have Arctic Assault. It just got moved up. Oh, I'm a dumbass. It was just nerfed. Okay. Well, that's good. And if you take Shattering Blade, then you actually don't need Razor Ice anymore. If you play Obliteration on your weapon. Maybe? Interesting. So complicated that even Blizzard doesn't know how it works. Yeah, but think about it, man. They just didn't realize that, or maybe they did, but the fact that they don't put it into the game is my gripe with it. Maybe they didn't realize that Death in Decay is pointless to have right now. So either they didn't realize it, or they did realize it, they just didn't have the time to put it on the PTR, which is crazy. How can we give feedback on something that's incomplete? Because we don't know how the final version of it is. And the problem isn't necessarily with Death and Decay, because whatever, it's a dead button. The problem is with Obliterate, because the hero talents are made so that Obliterate cleaves, and now Obliterate doesn't cleave anymore. So that's the issue, right? Yeah, I only wish they could spend this effort on Brew, bro. They just made Dave a little bit oomph, and that's it. Abomination Limb? No, I didn't miss it. I guess I can talk about it. We were gonna do one for Unholy as well, and I figured I'd just talk about Abomination Limb on Unholy. But sure. AMZ back. A bomb limb dead. Wait, where even was Abomination Limb? Where did we have it? Oh, right here. Oh, we just don't have that talent anymore. Alright. And instead of cleaving strikes, cleaving strikes is cleaving strikes. Unholy Ground has just been replaced by just passive 2% haste. Boring, but sure. What DPS would you like to see become meta next season? Interesting question. What would be interesting to be meta? I want to say Survival Hunter, but I feel like Survival Hunter will only become meta if it gets a degenerate playstyle, and I don't like Survival when it has a degenerate playstyle. Spamming bombs like a madman is an interesting game design for me. That's the only time on Survival was close to being meta. If we're talking about Mythic Plus, if we're talking about Raid, that's debatable. Because Raid meta just gets nerfed as soon as the Race Wolf ends for some really stupid fucking reason. Warrior, that's true. This is the thing, man, because let's say I say Fury Warrior, right? Let's say I want Fury Warrior to be meta. What does that mean for Fury Warrior to be meta? For Fury Warrior to be meta, that means the damage that it does to 5 targets is so fucking high that it out DPS's most AoE specs, which is crazy to think about. That means its single target is going to be the best in the game. Its priority damage is going to be the best in the game. So I cannot really see anything becoming meta without a big change in their kit. Like with Warrior and stuff. Because even if you bump Warrior's damage so much, you cannot bump it too much. Because it becomes broken. Because if it becomes broken, then, you know, argument flies out the window, anything can be meta. Discipline Priest can have more damage than Fury Warrior. It's not a topic. Just delete DPS Warriors at this point, Jesus Christ. Could see we're in the current position of Arcane Mage. It could. I mean, I don't understand what Fury Warrior is supposed to accomplish, man. It's clearly that they want it to be like Windwalker, where it's a 5-target specialist. But Windwalker has more splash damage. Red is a 5-target spec as well, and it has way more splash damage. Fury just doesn't have that. Maybe you would have that with like Bladestorm, but or Roar, right? Let's make their cleave more DPS. Do you mean like on arms? I don't know, man. I think what they're trying to do is to give each class a specialization, and that's great, but the problem is that the class team does not communicate with the encounter team. So there's 2 teams that handle this side of WoW. So there's a class team that handles class design, class rework, probably class balance as well, I would guess. And a separate set of people, I was gonna flip you. The second set of people handles the encounter design, dungeon design, raid design, right? They're not the same team of people. So they need to kind of work together 100% of the time. Like, if you want your Fury Warrior to be different than your Windwalker, Arcane Mage, Red Paladin, Frost DK, right? If you want it to be different than those guys, then you will design it to do different types of damage. But if the dungeons and the raids don't have encounters that will exploit that type of damage profile, Fury Warrior can never be meta. And the guys that design Fury Warrior are not the ones that designed the content for Fury Warrior either, so... Season 3 Dungeon Pool seems also heavy AoE favored again. Yeah, I guess. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, there's plenty of things you could do to make Fury Warrior meta. You could... I think you would just have to change some of the talents. You could give it some of the best single target damage in the game. Or you would take it for the same reasons that you would take Arcane. But even with Arcane, bro. If you really... What the fuck did I just type? Warcraft logs. Even if you look at Arcane, because didn't we do... Oh, we were supposed to do a tier list. I did some research for a potential tier list that's dead now. We're never gonna make that anymore. But that did give me some perspective. So wait, is this right? If we look at trash damage, if we look at this damage profile over here. No, this isn't right. Reset zoom. Like, even Arcane Mage that hits only 5 targets can do upwards to like 9, 10, 12 million DPS in AoE, right? A lot of this is to 1 target, but it's still quite a lot of damage, right? It will not compete with the top DPS specs, right? It's doing like half of Unholy's damage. But Fury Warrior does less than this, right? And that's the problem. It does less single target, and let's say we damaged an arcane mage. It's gonna be very hard to make these like shine whenever you have so many different specs. They're buffing arcane intellect. Well, yeah, but so they're buffing it because they're taking away time anomaly. So you're not gonna have random procs of time warp or arcane surge. Wait, does the time anomaly give you whatever it is, right? Even as an Unholy Decay, I have to admit Blood Beast is a failure in game design. They shoot themselves in the knee by having such a quadratic scaling ability. The thing is, the problem with Sand Lane is the same problem that we have with a lot of the hero talents. The core focus of the hero talent isn't what's strong about it. The thing with Sand Lane, what was supposed to be strong about it, is the Vampiric Strikes and the haste buffs, right? I mean, when you read it, that's what it sounds like it should do. But the Blood Beast is the important part. Obviously, everything else is good too. Same with, like, for instance, like Windwalker, like Conduit of the Celestials. Oh my god, I bit my tongue and now my tongue is starting to swell. Conduit of the Celestials is supposed to have the celestial procs and the actual ability itself be the center focus of it. But there's one little talent called Heart of the Jade Serpent that once you press a conduit of the Celestials, Jesus Christ, I'm biting my tongue again, or Thunderlord's Fist, or whatever it's called, you get that Heart of the Jade Serpent, which is a buff for 8 seconds that makes your Fists of Fury channel 50% faster, and that's really good. And it regenerates the cooldown of a bunch of your abilities by 75% faster as well, right? Or something like that. So it's giga good. And that's like the focus of the tier set as well. Does buff casters as a whole, not just, that's a good point. I don't know if the intellect is just for it. So I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't worry too much about it, because these things do not fly under the radar. You're looking at it as a non-mage player thinking, oh my god, mage is going to be so strong again, it's going to take my spots. But I bet you if you are a mage player, you're going to be like, oh my god, if this gives intellect to everybody, it's going to get nerfed. So there are two sides to each coin. I, as a mage player, am looking at the new arcane intellect and saying, oh, this is not gonna stay. No, this is not gonna stay. This is gonna get nerfed. So, you know, there's always that other side of the coin. I just want to see something different, not just caster meta. But we had melee meta last season. What do you mean? Season 1 was a melee meta. No? Was enhancement, frost decay, then augmentation evoker. It's augmentation. You cannot. It's augmentation is augmentation. But you had melee meta. So what do you mean? We had more caster than melee overall. Sure, I'll give you that. But you know, it's not like it's only just casters, right? Oh, bro, come on. Don't cap on me now with the magic damage. 90% of the melee specs do not magic damage. You're serious? Enhancement does magic damage. DK does magic damage. Fucking Red Paladin does magic damage. Survival Hunter does fire damage. What the fuck? Windwalker does nature damage, kind of. Not that much, but still, whatever. Rogue does shadow damage and nature damage. Feral does physical. No, bad example. But a lot of them already do magic damage, so they're not casters, bro. Fizz, sure. Okay, Fizz, sure. Hunter does most of its damage as fire damage. Rogue does most of it if it's not outlaw. Subtlety does shadow damage, and assassination does nature damage in the poisons, right? Second melee meta, right? Listen, I'm all for it, man. I'm a melee player. Naturally, I don't know. I think my mage is converting me into a caster. I mean, I main fucking Windwalker this season. You don't have to tell me about physical meta, bro. You don't have to tell me Windwalker being the worst AoE damage spec in the game. Documented, analyzed, with data. Right? Rise of the Augurvoker? I don't think so. Quote me later, bro. No. Nah, they're not gonna let it know. The problem with Aug is it becomes a little bit too universally good. What? DH has fire damage, chaos damage. What do you mean? Fog monks. Well, to be fair, listen, man. I don't know how long you've been playing WoW, but been playing WoW for quite a bit. And I remember a time in BFA and Shadowlands when Windwalker and Subtlety Rogue were meta for like 4 or 5 seasons in a row or something. So listen, I'm not too sad about it, but I just don't want to feel like I'm holding my team back, you know? Do we still have data here? Let's see if we still have data. Battle for Azeroth. Stats. Outlaw. Brewmaster. Oh shit, Outlaw, never mind. Where's Windwalker? Post season. What about season 4? Oh shit. Color me wrong. Wait a minute. I can feel justified in my outrage against the Windwalker injustice? No. Was it Shadow? It was Shadowlands, right? It was Shadowlands because of Necrolords, no? Jesus Christ. Bullshit survival. Survival just last season. There you go. Windwalker sub. Affliction, lol. Outlaw. Fire Mage. Windwalker. Still top, right? There was a time. We did so many tier lists. They're on YouTube. Monk isn't terrible. Oh, well, listen, it depends, man. It depends. This is, what I have is a first world problem with Windwalker, right? Windwalker is a very good spec. I still believe that it's one of the best specs for like +10s, +12s in the game for the average player. The problem is that you feel limited. I mean, I feel limited, and it would be the same issue that Fury has as well, by the way. Where you know that you're doing your best and you're not seeing any growth, and you know that no matter what you do, you're never going to see any growth. But while you see this, that you have no extra value to your group, you see other players keep adding more and more value. Right, so you can just play for fun and not really care, and that's great. You should play for fun and not really care because it's a video game. But if you want to contribute to your team and be a part of, you know, that cooperative mindset, that it's inevitable that you would feel like, bro, I'm kind of, you know, I'm kind of just here, right? I just don't like to feel like kind of just here. They need to remove the GCD from single button rotation outside PvP? No. Disagree. Hard disagree. Literally 100% of the complaints against the one button rotation is that it could be a problem in terms of performance. I don't know Brewmaster is that much of a write-off, to be honest, man. Brewmaster has been doing pretty surprisingly well. It's just very difficult to play. Where is it? It's the best monk spec. I mean, best monk spec still below average, but you know. Oh, Alex! With the memberships! Thank you! Alright, let's finish this so we can get to Unholy. I mean, I don't know if this is necessarily an issue. It just makes it more boring. Bad in AoE. Alright, I forgot what I was about to say. Frost Reaper. This is the one. Frost Reaper has no obvious value. According to Yoda's predictions, Brewmaster will be one of the best tanks next season. Really? Fuck, man. Yoda sure knows how to make a guy happy. But outside PvP having no cooldown, who does it really hurt? It can only help people. So if it doesn't have... Okay. If you take away the GCD, the one button rotation can be anything between 2 to maybe 10% DPS loss from playing the spec perfectly. And nobody can play the spec perfectly. There are very few people in the world that can play a spec perfectly 100% of the time. Almost probably don't exist. Everybody makes mistakes, right? But if you squeeze all of that into one button, then you'll be able to not only get players that shouldn't be in high-end content because it's too difficult because they just press one button, but you'll also create a bad taste for the game because, sure, I don't necessarily care. I'm not that big of an elitist, and I don't care that people can play the game with just one button because it's about accessibility, it's not about performance. That's not the point of the one button rotation. But if I feel like I work hard to learn a spec and somebody just presses one button and does the same thing or better than me, then I don't see the point in me ever learning the game. There'll be no point in progressing because the progression concept is just fucking dead. You just press one button, it doesn't really matter what you do, everything is automated. The game becomes automated and it becomes instantly less fun. So I don't agree. One button rotation should be a penalty. There's an inherent penalty in that the game kind of decides what your rotation is, and that cannot be perfect 100% of the time. But the other penalty would be the GCD penalty, because if you're a smart player, you can circumvent the bad coding for the one button rotation with just a few more extra keybinds, and that will just drastically improve your performance to the point where you just have to like rewrite what World of Warcraft is. World of Warcraft is not a one button game, that's a mobile game. If you want a mobile game, go play a mobile game. One button rotation is supposed to let people with certain types of disabilities or with lack of giving a fuck to play the video game and not feel like they have to learn guides off of Icy Veins or Wowhead, right? That's the purpose of it. If you remove the GCD, then the purpose of it becomes play better. And that's a problem because people also accept people to use it. Just for all the work you guys are doing for the WoW community and the entertainment as well. Love to watch you on the second screen. Appreciate you, Alex. And hey, you dear viewer, if you love the stream, how about you hit that thumbs up button on YouTube, or the follow button on Twitch or whatever you do. If you like it, it's fine. If not, keep making fun of my forehead. Kind of just here to me is more of a utility thing. No. Sorry, what were we talking about? If one button rotation has no penalty, it parses probably 95% out for most specs. For too many. What's the argument for Brew being good? What does it do that Vengeance Demon Hunter Pally don't? That's a very good question. Very good question. I have no idea. I think first of all, probably it enables the physical comp or spec to comp to work, and there are a lot of good physical damage dealers that just don't scale well that just scale better with the physical comp. I don't know if that's necessarily the best thing. Brewmaster actually doesn't necessarily have bad DPS. I don't understand, man, because all of the issues that I had with Brewmaster makes it feel like that those are the strong points. So I don't understand why Brewmaster is doing so well despite me personally and a lot of people having problems with it. So the only thing that I can think of that makes any kind of sense is that Brewmaster is just very difficult. It's good, but it's very difficult to pull off. So if we look at Brewmaster, overall DPS output is whatever. I think it's less than some tanks, more than others. On bosses, it should be absolutely atrocious. 2.4 million overall. Wait, we just go on the first one. Oh, they pulled into boss here. Okay, this is more like it. This is kind of where I was as well. A little bit lower for me. It could be the damage taken. I don't know how much healing Brewmaster does. A decent amount. Obviously it's not like Vengeance, it's not like Blood Decay, clearly. To be fair, I honestly don't know, man. I cannot wrap my head around. I don't know why Brewmaster's doing keys so high. It's doing 21s and 20s. I can only imagine it's a good enabler. The one bonus for my gold farming bot. Lol, what a degenerate. It's a good forehead. It houses my brains. It is true. Alright. Is this everything that I want to say about Frost Decay? Do you guys have any opinions about the Frost Decay rework that you would like to be feedback to Blizzard? Not saying that we will be featuring them in the video, but I'm curious to see what you guys think. Ideally, you've played the spec and not just read the tooltips on Wowhead. Runic Command, Runic Overflow. This feels like quite a bit. I think this is it. I think cryogenic chamber, wait a minute. Cryogenic chamber. And I mean frigid execution has been changed too. Are there interactions that I'm just not sensible to? Runic empowerment. Frost Strike and Glacial Advance now causes your next Frost Strike or Glacial Advance to deal 15% more chance and cost. So this could be like, there's some interesting things here. Icy Onslaught and Frigid Execution. I guess I could put this in. Icy Onslaught plus Frigid Exec. And we can talk about Frostbane here actually. Kind of organize this a little bit more. I think these are kind of made to work with each other. To play arms, I don't like the gameplay. I hate the bleed mechanics in arms. Yeah, it's... Remember BFA, bro? Your biggest damage source was deep wounds. Ugh, terrible. Yeah, I don't know, man. Everything that arms does seems to be things that I like about arms. Big executes and big cleaves. But the way it plays, just... I cannot really put my finger on, man. I don't know why it's so bad. Make the house customizable with weapons and gear customs. On and savable instances as the garrison is. Starting in Shadowlands? Oh. Listen, you're doing less bleed now. In BFA, arms was about, like, its mastery increased the damage of, if I recall, the damage of deep wounds. I don't know if I can show you. And in AoE, it was just stupid. I mean, if you think about it, it makes sense. If you have a big axe and you do a big cleave on an enemy, that guy's gonna bleed to death, right? But really... It's the dude is in two pieces. It's not dying because of the bleeds. It's dying because it's in two pieces. So making bleeds be the thing just doesn't make sense. No. Hope it was arms. Oh. Oh. Arms. I feel like a fresh new question is warranted. What is your favorite Harry Potter movie? That's so fucking out of the blue. Why am I looking at arms but it shows Fury? Is this game... What happens if I go Fury? What the fuck? Does it not filter for arms? Oh, there you go. Favorite Harry Potter movie? Probably the first one. It feels like the first one cut the least out of I don't think we can see the damage done. Yeah, they don't have the log history anymore. Any trust? Anyway, trust. It was bleed damage. My favorite donut filling. Oh, chocolate. Easy. Alright, I think this is fair. Alright, let's go to Unholy. Finally, let's see what they did to Unholy. Let's see what they did to my boy. Although Unholy hasn't been my boy since BFA, I guess. I go in Tezavesh? Yes. Sure, Oxy, who made the post? Was it like an Acarus post? I mean, you can, I think you have to DM it to me on Discord. I don't think you can link it in chat. Links are prohibited to stop bots from spamming their free viewers' websites. Okay, let's pop open our big sword. Alright. Oh shit, right. Because now you don't have APOC anymore, you just have... Alright, okay. I want to be open-minded, I want to be open-minded. Okay. Logged into PTR Unholy, now I don't want to play retail anymore. Really? That bad? Holy shit! Okay, I think I should start taking notes with this as well. Maybe I can keep these off stream. Off screen. I don't have to like alt tab so much. Is there a druid rework? I'm afraid not. Not yet. Are you on kick also? No. Okay, so they moved Dark Transformation. I don't remember it being here. Raise Dead replaces Raise Dead. Alright. It's good we clarify that. Sudden Doom. Dark Transformation. Wait a minute, before we do this, let me just look into where's my website. Oh, this was my website. Let's look at the PTR class changes. Sand Lane. Blood as Life has been updated. Dark Transformation summons a blood beast to attack your... Okay, so this is now mandatory. We found that the chance-based spawning of blood beast created too much variance in damage. Okay, that's on paper a good change. Blood beast now deals 15% of damage accumulated for Unholy and 25% for the accumulated on blood, so it was nerfed. Visceral Strength has an additional effect for the Unholy specialization. When Scorch Strike consumes Virulent Plague, it consumes Virulent Plague. Okay. What do you mean consumes Virulent Plague? When Vampiric Strike damages an enemy affected by your Virulent Plague, it extends the duration of the disease by 3 seconds and deals 10% of the remaining damage to the enemy. After Gift of the Sand Lane ends, you gain a charge of Defile, and your next Scorch Strike consumes the disease to deal 100% of the remaining damage to the target. So I assume this was changed as well. Does that mean we're just gonna have to cast Outbreak a bunch? Okay, let's see what's going on. Oh, his name is Discord. Oh, this is a long fucking post. All right, we'll go into this eventually as well. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Okay. Wait, was infliction of sorrow always a thing? Wait a minute. Okay, no, it was. After Gift of the Sandlane ends, the cooldown of your Death and Decay is reset, and your next hard strike. Wait, why is it blood, bro? Did I do blood? Motherfucker, bro. Sandlane. Sandlane. Okay, so this should be the live version, right? No, this is the PTR version. This is the live version. Okay, after Gift of the Sandlane ends, your next core strike consumes the disease to deal 100% of the remaining damage to the target. How did I never notice this? Oh, it's an impression post. Okay, that's fine. I'm more interested to know what, like, theory crafters and people who dive deep into Unholy feel, but I might give that a read too. We'll see, no promises. Okay, so they nerfed this basically. Well, they've added the cooldown is reset or you gain a charge of the thing, right? Okay. Infliction of Sorrow buff that makes Scorch Strikes hard strike to consume virulent plague blood now lasts 30 seconds was 12 seconds. Okay. Okay, we went to Frost. Unholy. With Ghosts of Koresh, we're looking into reducing the number of cooldowns Unholy Death Knight has and provide some new tools to both apply and remove festering wounds in AoE more efficiently. Okay, see, so I don't know what the rest of this is, but from reading this, it feels like they don't get it. I think 100% of the feedback that I have heard of in 6 years about Unholy Decay's festering wounds, well, not 6 years, maybe I'm exaggerating, 4 years, about festering wounds was that festering wounds were boring. Were a boring resource. I had never heard of a problem with applying and bursting them specifically. So why is that being addressed? Apoc and Reanimate were some of the best abilities Unholy had. Yeah, this is another issue that happened to Brewmaster as well that I'm not a fan of, because really right now you're never going to be playing Army of the Dead ever again. So they're just killing a core part of Unholy's fantasy, or Death Knight's fantasy, right? But now this is just Unholy. You have so many wounds, you can burst them all? Okay. Generate too many wounds? Jesus. Okay, well, let's see. Some talents have changed positions. New talent, Plague Mastery. Critical strike damage of your diseases is increased by 25%. Choice note with Grave Mastery. And the Grave Mastery, critical strike damage of your minions increased. Okay, so on paper, this sounds great because it feels like it gives you the option to choose between two types of playstyles that we kind of asked for. I mean, I know I have, you know, I wanted to have like a disease-centric Unholy and a pet-centric Unholy and not have to be a little bit of both and neither completely. New talent, Desecrate. Death and Decay gets replaced by Desecrate. So this is just Defile. Fuck me, man. Alright. Open-minded. We're accepting of new ideas and new concepts. We are an evolved, superior human being that does not get emotional over our toys being taken away from us. Right. Desecrate. Not Defile! Desecrate. Death and Decay gets replaced by Desecrate after it is cast. Choice note. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is new. Desecrate. Consume your Death and Decay and crush your enemies within, dealing 150% of its remaining damage, which is like pointless damage, right? Instantly, and applying 2 festering wounds. Grants you the benefits of standing in Death and Decay for its remaining duration, I guess. Okay, just to put this into perspective, I'm pretty sure Death and Decay is like pitiful damage. Because it doesn't impress me when you say it consumes and deals its remaining damage. Like, nobody ever gave a fuck about that. Unless you just up its damage baseline. If you up its damage baseline at that point, then what does it matter anymore? So this is rank 1 Unholy Decay. Defile, okay. Alright, it's not insignificant damage, but sure. Alright. You never look at this tooltip, read, oh, it does a smidge, a little fart of a damage. How much damage does it do? Defile. Okay, so it's either Defile or Desecrate. So Defile does 300k shadow damage over 10 seconds. That's as much as Scourge Strike on 3 targets, and this is like 1 global. Okay. Ian is out of touch, the usual. Bro, Ian has nothing to do with this, dude. It's basically what Greener said. If you really... like, I get you wanting to blame somebody, and that's perfectly fine, I suppose, so long as it's justified. But you need to know who to blame. You don't blame Ian for this. I don't even know if Ian knows how to play DK. Okay. Abomination Limb has been renamed Legion of Souls and redesigned. Mindful. Summon a Legion of Souls to assist you, dealing shadow damage and applying up to 6 festering wounds over 12 seconds to all nearby enemies. Is it 6 per target over 12 seconds or 6 in total over 12 seconds? Deals reduced damage beyond 5 targets. Grants you the benefits of standing in Death and Decay. Choice node against Raise Abomination. Does it also grip things? Okay. I just don't care for this, bro. Alright. Positive. All Will Serve has been redesigned. Raise Dead summons an additional skeletal archer at your command that shoots blighted arrows. An unholy arrow that deals shadow damage. When consuming sudden doom, your death coil commands your archer to fire. This is actually cool. Fire another blighted arrow at 80% effectiveness. Epidemic will instead cause his blighted arrow to ricochet. This is also cool. Hopefully they have a good animation for this. Reaping has an additional effect. What the fuck is Reaping? I haven't played Unholy in so while. I don't know some of the names. Soul Reaper, Score, Strike, Festering Sight, and Death Coil deal additional damage to enemies. Oh, okay, it's the Execute one. Soul Reaper's Execute effect increases the damage of your minions by 10% for 8 seconds. That's actually kind of cool. A little bit of Execute damage. DK wasn't that big of a priority for them? You think so? Okay. Apocalypse now replaces Dark Transformation if it is known and also summons your pet ghoul on cast. And it just does the same thing, I guess. Okay. Decomposition. Wait, was it the fact that you just had APOC whenever you had... Yeah. This is the red treatment. Okay. Okay. Decomposition. Virulent Plague has a chance to deal 100 to 200% of the damage it dealt in the last 4 seconds. Wait, is this a new talent? Where's decomposition? Oh, this one. Okay. Virulent Plague has a chance to abruptly flare up, dealing damage to the target in the last 4 seconds. Dealing 50% of damage it dealt to the target in the last 4 seconds. When the effect triggers, the duration of your active minions are increased by 1 second up to 3 seconds. Okay, this, I guess this didn't matter anymore, or maybe it did with the Maguses. Okay, they still kept that. They just buffed this. Okay, they buffed this by quite a bit. Okay. Oh, really? 1900%? Jesus. Well, alright. Unholy Pact now forms a shadowy chain between you and your pet. Alright. Festering Scythe overrides aura, now lasts for 30 seconds. Override aura. What does that mean? As in ever since it becomes available to cast until it goes away? Is that what that is? Okay, you're gonna be drowning in wounds. Sure. Plague Bringer and Clawing Shadows are no longer a choice node. Improve Festering Strike is now 1 point talent. Alright, fair. The following talents have been removed. Okay, that's it. Okay. Alright. Decom buff is so big. They buff the dot damage but forget to fix the fact that the minion extending part not getting better after the second talent point is taken. But from what I understand, the decom buff is not that big. I don't think people play it, do they? I don't remember seeing it ever picked. I don't know if that's big damage. Do you know if one button is gonna be filtered on the log? Nah, I have no idea, bro. You need to ask Warcraft logs that. Okay, I don't need to be here anymore. Okay, let's see. I want to make a Minions Death Knight. What would that look like? Your diseases deal 10% more damage and you have 50% critical strike. So if I don't take this, do I care about that? If I don't take this, I don't go there. Alright, so here's a generic problem that I normally have when it comes to spec design, and why sometimes I praise games like Path of Exile, not Lost Ark, Jesus. Oh my god, I forgot the name of it. Holy shit. What was the name of it? Last Epoch, Jesus. Last Epoch as well. Whenever you have your character build, things should make sense. So here's... because I try to disconnect with the mindset of the endgame player. Here's my mindset, okay? So I'm a new player, or I'm a player that never played Unholy. So I'm going here, and I'm looking at this talent, and it says, critical strike damage of your diseases is increased by 25%. Great, so I can, you know, make my diseases stronger. Or, critical strike damage of your minions is increased by 15%. Okay, so that means I can either choose to make my diseases stronger, or I can choose to make my minions stronger. Okay, I want to be like a necromancer dude. I'm gonna pick this, and I want to make my minions stronger. Now, I still need points. What points do I get? Well, this says Death Quill and Epidemic increases the duration of Dark Transformation, which I know is about my minion. Yay, I will get that. Cool, now I still have one more point to get. This says your diseases deal more damage and have a 5% increased critical chance to critical strike. This makes a lot of sense with this right here. But I mean, I'm not really going for the diseases, right? Do I care about this anymore? Probably not if I want to be like a minion DK. So I have to pick this. That means this talent, this part of the tree is dead now. Is this the intent of the design? I mean, okay, maybe that is the intent of the design. And if that's the intent of the design, that means that if you want to play a minion DK, you just don't get to ever have Defile and Desecrate. And Wounds in general, like Wounds gameplay. Okay, well, let's see where this goes. Obviously, I'm taking Apocalypse because I'm playing minions. Sure, we can take Reaping. Definitely all will serve because it's a minion talent. Clawing Shadows is probably something that you might want to take, but it's not really important, right? Because it doesn't really, it does more damage actually. But let's say until we get to Clawing Shadows, what do we have here? Okay, this is a minion talent. I'm taking that. This is a diseases talent, so let's say I don't care about that. Obviously, we take Unholy Pact. Or do we? Is it obvious? It's not very obvious that this is a good talent. It's just numbers, and these numbers don't say anything. Because you tell me as a player, oh, you get 481,000 shadow damage over 15 seconds. I don't understand what that number means. Is that a good number or is it a bad number? It sounds like it's a number. I have 15 million HP, and this says it does 400,000 damage. This sounds like it's a shit talent. Okay. Harbinger of Doom. I think this is irrespective of my build. This is just my consumers. Bro, are you guys hearing the fucking drilling? Fall Infection would be good if there was an undead passive that mirrored the passive as well. I don't know what Fall Infection is. Improved Death Coil. Seeks an additional target. Now I don't know about that. That doesn't sound like if I play Mythic Plus, maybe I don't care about that. Apocalypse, an army of the dead, also summon a Magus of the Dead that hurls frost bolts and shadow bolts at your foes. Sure. Your Ghoul's Claw attack has a chance to cause a festering wound on the target. Do I care about that? I guess I can get wounds, but then I miss out on like a lot of wound application there, but sure. Death Coil causes your target to take an additional 30% of the direct damage dealt over 4 seconds. We can assume that pets do direct damage. Sudden Doom causes your next Death Coil to also increase your Scorch Strike damage against the target by 60%. This feels like single target, but you're kind of using this now, right? Magus of the Dead Shadow Bolt now fires a volley of Shadow Bolts at 4 nearby targets. Okay, we're playing AoE. Okay, now we're down at an impasse. I need 3 more points. Let's say, okay, fuck it. I take Rotten Touch. Get a little bit more single target, right? I will take Clawing Shadows. And I guess I take Improved Death Coil. There's not much choice here. If this side of the tree is fucking dead. Because I cannot travel from Improved Fester Strike there. Which I believe it's by design. I'm playing a pet build. Obviously, I'm taking Army of the Dead. Okay. Now. I'm obviously going to take one of these two. Which one am I going to take? I have no idea which one of these is good. This one applies... Abomination applies Festering Wounds. This applies Festering Wounds too. This does big damage. This is just a fat... fucker. I have no idea which one of these is better. Hey, what up, Cop? Thank you for the 23 months, man. Yeah, see, you say Plaguebringer because you know Unholy, but if your friend tries to play Unholy and it says, oh, the game is clearly telling me that I can optimize either my minions or my diseases and I want to go minions, why would I want to optimize my diseases? Isn't that confusing? Isn't that counterintuitive? If you try to break apart your WoW brain for a second and try to think like just like a regular gamer. This shouldn't make any sense. Why do I still buff my diseases if I opted not to buff my diseases? Okay. So if I take Unholy Assault, strike your target dealing shadow damage, bursting up to 4 festering wounds and sending you into Unholy Frenzy, increasing all damage done. Clearly I have festering wounds. No matter what I do, that's a core part. Festering wounds. That's a core part of my gameplay, right? This applies festering wounds, this applies festering wounds, so I will definitely want Festermite, right? I don't know if I want 1 or 2. But I'm playing a pet build. A minion build, right? I'm probably not gonna go Gargle because this is single target. Let's say I'm playing a Mythic Plus build. So Magus of the Dead is probably better in AoE because it fires the volley thing. So then Unholy Aura, Commander of the Dead, and I have 1 point left. This is regarding diseases. Increase shadow damage. Just from me, right? So I guess I could take that, right? So now this is what a minion build would look like. And I literally took all of the minion talents and I still had leftover talents that I didn't really know what to do with. This is what I mean when I say that WoW is not counterintuitive in terms of design. You shouldn't necessarily know everything in the game. It shouldn't be super easy. But when you're building a character in an RPG, it should make sense what you're going for. The builds don't make sense, and this is a spec that's a little bit easier to figure out. Try to do this with Arcane. Try to figure out exactly where to go with Arcane without having to look at any guides. Can you tell me what are the good nodes without knowing Arcane already? Yeah, making a minion build is possible. What I mean to say is that it's not intuitive. The game doesn't teach me how to play the game. I would have to go outside of the game to understand because there's so many intricacies here. I don't know if what I pick is good. I will need a DPS meter to tell me, or I would need a sim to tell me, or a log to tell me. That's a fail game design. That's the problem with these types of builds. There's been a problem ever since they remade talents, and it's a problem when there's so many layers of scaling on top of each other that just multiply the damage in so many ways, where this says 400k, but you're likely gonna do ticks of a couple of millions. How the fuck does this do ticks of a couple of millions? I don't know, because there's like a bunch of other hidden multipliers that you cannot really tell that will affect this one in the end as well. Bring back mob talent tree? No, see, I don't agree. Those are boring talent tree. This is a good talent tree in terms of like its design. The options themselves are not very good. And if you want to make a clear distinction between minions and diseases, you need to buff this to be competitive. Like if I am a newbie Unholy Decay and I want to make a minion build and I literally took all the minion talents, this needs to do enough damage to kill shit and be good, right? Maybe it's not, you know, best, but it shouldn't be more than like 5 to 10% behind what the best are, right? I don't know how good this is. I don't think I can tell, right? I will need to sim, and I don't know if we can sim this yet. Maybe they intend to be a blend of both instead of either minions or dots. Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's kind of how Unholy was, even though they clearly want to design a side for minions, a side for diseases. But then it becomes even harder. How do you know how to blend it with how many to blend it? If you're not willing to either check or test, what do you expect? The thing is, bro, can you tell me, without installing any external apps, if you test the build, if you know it's good or not? Or do you need external sources of information to tell you if a build is good or not? How would you know if it's good or not? Because what you're saying is very fair, but it's a WoW brain take. And what I mean by WoW brain take is that you need to be a WoW player to understand this. Which maybe that's just how it is, that's fine. But then again, first of all, it's ungamer-like, and it's non-newbie friendly, not new player friendly. We need the game to be new player friendly, otherwise the game is gonna die. The starter builds, why not import the best builds for the season? I don't know, I guess. But then again, you know, it's fine. It's fine, this is just ranting, but you're not engaging with my question. You're trying to find solutions for a problem, which is fair, but the solutions that you're finding are, you know, like I said, very well-brained. They're good for you because we've played WoW for so long and we know how things work. But that's the problem with WoW design. And maybe this isn't a problem that you personally encounter, but this will bleed out into other problems. This bleeds out into tooltips being wider than a screen. This bleeds out into needing Sims to tell you which 0.7% upgrade you need to go for. This bleeds out into understanding that you don't pick capstones on Brewmaster because they're way too terrible. How can you ever possibly tell without simming and logs? You can't. That's what I mean. This is a symptom of a much bigger problem, and it starts with very basic RPG things like what talent points should I make for the fantasy of the class that I want to enact. That's what I'm trying to say. If I'm not willing to install anything that tells me what the output is, do I care what the output is? Yes, I care about what the output is. I want to play the game. I don't want to play CurseForge apps or WoW up or whatever. Why can I not play? Why doesn't the game give me that information? Why do I need to seek it outside? What do you think would be a solution to this? It is. It's not easy. It's not easy. But making more of it isn't the solution either. And we keep making more of it. Well, they keep making more of it. So, for instance, it all started from this row right here. Why do I have a node with disease buffs that I can skip for a different type of damage profile, but a disease node that I cannot skip? This is my question, right? Because clearly I'm going to end up picking talents here if I play minions, right? If I'm not mistaken. Like, look, a minion buffing talent requires a disease buffing talent, but a disease buffing talent takes away a minion buffing talent from me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, the core concept is wrong. Blizzard has the pre-made talent on the left side. They should have several builds for players to use. Yeah, that's good, but see, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm too boomer-brained. Maybe I'm too old school. I'm Diablo 2. I load up Diablo 2. I see, oh, I want to make a million wolves with my druid. I pick all of the wolves talent. Boom, I have a million wolves. I think the amount of info you consume scales quite well with how much you really need the benefit of it. If you read nothing, sim nothing, you can still play the game. I don't think I understand the problem. Do you expect the choices to be so obvious that you don't need sims or PS meter? Yes, exactly. You can have, I guess you can have complexity, but it should be intuitive. I don't mean it to be easy. I mean it to be intuitive. Like, I might not understand what 15% crit damage is, but I understand that this makes my minions stronger. This makes my diseases stronger. This makes my minions stronger, but I have to make my diseases stronger first. So what do I want to accomplish here? Like, can you make your own build? I mean, you probably could, but it will take you like how many weeks of iteration to figure out exactly what is good without actually having to sim anything. You do understand that the problem that I'm saying is past this, right? Death by analysis, right? A new player in WoW. Lost started by the starting zones up to the talent tree. No one can tell you which spec or talent is good without add-ons and sims. Maybe that's not true, man. Maybe Randall does have a point. Maybe I'm obviously overthinking it. I still, like, sure, I might be overthinking it, but there's the problem with the design is still there. It has to be intuitive. I'm sorry. Video games should not cause you analysis paralysis problems. That's a flaw in the design. The fact that we've been able to work around it and figure out a solution, that's different. And the fact that we've been able to have a solution and this has a solution to itself doesn't mean that this isn't necessarily a problem. No, it's complex because I don't care about the 0.7%. It's because I care about something that regular WoW players don't care about. I care about the game making sense. I know what you're saying. I don't know. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. So I feel like to answer your question, I just have to explain the same thing again. All right. Does cleaving? Wait, I didn't check what cleaving strikes does. Applying shadows is up to 7 additional enemies while remaining in decay. While leaving definite decay, you retain up to a bunch for seconds. Alright, if I play a minion build, do I do Rider or... Enemy dies while Nazgûl is active. The strength of... I guess Rider is diseases, right? This has to be diseases because it has like death and decay effects. Diseases and death. Well, yeah, this is clearly diseases. Okay. So if Rider of the Apocalypse buffs my diseases a lot, then I cannot really build a Rider of the Apocalypse with minion talents. I need to take diseases. And I don't think minion talents increase the damage of horsemen, right? Because that would be different. Alright, let's see. And plus your minions. Rider is minion? Really? Ha, bro, how is Rider minion? Or the riders themselves are minions. Like nothing here says that that incentivizes me to build a minion build. I mean, you can make it work, sure. Yeah, but what I mean is, are the riders considered minions by your mastery, by your minion buffing talents, by reaping, for instance? Does reaping affect your riders? Because then, yeah, then sure. They are? Alright. Okay, cool. Then fuck yeah, let's fucking go. Holy shit. I don't even know what you take here. All right. You guys made your point. Okay, this is a cope minion build. Let's just name it for how it is. Cope. This is likely a bad build, would be my guess. If I would make a good build, what would that build look like? New loadout. M plus good question mark build. I hope it's a Rider because I'm tired of Sand Lane. I wouldn't imagine these would be any good. Let's see. Attack speed, man, this has been nerfed so much. Holy shit. Probably not improved Death Code if I'm gonna attempt to do AoE. Death Code Epidemic, Inquisition, Dark Transformation. That's probably gonna be necessary. All will serve is debatable if it's good. This is just one of those where I need to sim to see if it's good. So foul infections, sure. I definitely want to test it in Desecrate. Blight. Do I need Festering Scythe? Wait, maybe I was... Take away that point. But then I definitely take Fester Scythe, right? But no, I'm getting more and more disease stuff. Maybe I should go Sand Lane. But I guess it depends on how good they're tuned, right? What's going to tell you? Would just swap the middle node in the third row. This one. I cannot tell what's good. I have 2 more points. Oh, this one. The middle node in the third row. We're assuming this is the third row, not this, right? Alright, that's fair. Okay. This feels like decent damage though. 5% attack speed, I don't know. Let's give it a go. What are we testing? We could test Tazavesh, right? I will need to do a little bit of training dummy. Is that the bank? Looks like a bank. Should I play with one button? I feel like it will trigger me if I do. Live? Oh, I don't know what you mean. Done in what way? Okay, wait a minute. I need to look at the tier set. Apocalypse now summons White Mane for 10 seconds. White Mane's Undeath deals 10% increased damage and affects one additional target when it spreads, and her Death Coil deals more damage. Casting Death Coil or Epidemic orders White Mane to cast her Death Coil or Epidemic alongside you at 150% effectiveness. Your Death Coil deals 40% increased damage to targets affected by one White Mane's Undeath. So only my Death Coil. Okay, well if it's only my Death Coil, then I would imagine you would play Improved Death Coil with this build. Wait, where is White Mane stuff? Cast on Death on your primary target, dealing frost damage per stack. Each time on Death deals damage, it gains a stack, cannot be refreshed. So this infects another enemy. So on Death, does it just spread? Okay. I would imagine you would use Death Coil on more and more targets, so I will probably take that. What am I taking? Strongly feel army, gargoyle should be baseline. It feels wrong that the two most iconic abilities. Yeah, I'm torn on that as well. I really like gargoyle, but a lot of people just don't like it. I feel like Gargoyle is the nether portal of DKs, and people didn't like nether portal however much nether portal was iconic to demo until they got removed. Like he's in gearing alts? Oh no, for sure, we can. I'm gonna still do that, but I need my hand to heal, and now it's PTR time, baby. I could actually go for ADRs. That feels so tiny. Maybe I don't need Fester Scythe. I could take All Wool Serve. Or not take All Wool Serve and just go Unholy Aura. Total damage. What can I sacrifice for Commander of the Dead? I guess I don't really need Desecrate, do I? But if I delete, probably just delete all of these. Would sacrifice Magus Cleave. So then I just use this for Desecrate then. So clearly this tier set for Rider of the Apocalypse focuses a lot on spending runic power, so anything that has to do with runic power or empowering Death Coils and Epidemic needs to go in. Oh. Death Coil. I got pretty much all of them. Let's take a look. Let's just do a run. Let's see if anybody's willing to do some M0s. I don't know, Streets of Wonder, I guess. Oh, we can only do it on heroic. Oh, fuck that. Let's do Halls of Atonement, man. Zero. Fallen Crusader. We got our giant. Oh, New Zone is giga good, bro. Percent. So how was my The thing is, if I play with one button rotation, I cannot really test anything, can I? So I have all of these three. Death Coil, Epidemic, Death and Decay. Then APOC, A-Bomb. Okay. And then Unholy Assault. Yeah, I can test one button for the memes, but I kind of want to really test the rework a little bit, and I have to have a little bit of agency. I need to go, I guess, Orbos. Do I have like any kind of training dummies anywhere? Oh, look at that, we got tagging. Let's go, buddy. Let's fucking do it. Just give me Shadowlands. Yeah, but I want training dummies. Yeah, we can summon. I mean, I can summon. How do I get my pet out? I click it. Is this Clawing Shadows? Yeah. Do I have some elites inside, maybe? How much HP do these guys have? 70,000. Ugh. You're gonna die in like one go, no? Oh no. Oh, because they're level 80. Uh-oh, whoa. Okay, wait a second. Oh. Outbreak. Bro. Outbreak. Death and Decay. An M plus on the new dungeon this week, so you know. Oh yeah, we can definitely do that. It's gonna be really cool. M plus is gonna be better, man, because there's like no people playing the PTR right now. I cannot really test anything. I think I'm just gonna have to go to Orbos at some training dummies, or wait, Orbos didn't have training dummies, did it? I had to go to my class hall. What covenant am I? Kill me. How do I know which covenant am I? Oh, I'm in, what's its face? Maldraxxus. This is PTR, yes. Oh, appreciate you, Martin. Don't worry about it, man. Do your thing. Man, there's so much rich fantasy here, but it all feels so bland. I feel like it's way more cooler to play Unholy as a disease build spec. Minions is all just very passive. Doesn't really feel that engaging. Oh, my back. I need to lean back a little bit into the chair. Legion of Souls. Why not just call it Abomination Limb, bro? Why do we have to like change the name? Why? It must be new. And you'll get to a point where, why does this even exist now? We're getting to the same design philosophy that Beast Mastery has. You're never gonna take just this, right? If you're gonna keep this and this separate, then there has to be a reason why you would pick Army of the Dead over these two. Spec your decay as Unholy because it's all leveling. So. It's good. Is it a Blood Elf? Is it a Blood Elf male? Passive is good, less button or good, win-win. So I don't know, man. I feel like my insides are giving me a big pushback with that kind of rhetoric. It's a little bit too passive. It's a little bit too simple. It feels like I can shut down my brain and play the game. Like I want the game to be simpler, but fuck me, bro. At least engage my brain cells a little bit, or I'll just become a potato. The Fox people, I believe. Get the fuck. What do you mean you believe? You either know or you don't. Accept your degeneracy, man. The Fox people. Solo leveling and Fox people. One of these is not like the other. Are the training dummies scaled up? I need more than one. They're not. Fuck. Oh my god. Okay, legacy damage isn't enabled. Okay, well, I have no more wounds. I don't have that many wounds with this build anyway. Can keep up run and touch more, I guess. But I guess run touch you only pick if you pick improved death coil as well in AoE. Actually, with Abomination Limb, I cannot spend my runes fast enough. Alright, let's see what we're looking at. Man, Clawing Shadows does so much damage now. Is this normal? This cannot be normal. The Undeath does decently high damage. I don't look satisfied. That's the gameplay's the same, like nothing really changed. Abomination Limp, I guess it's a DPS cooldown instead of a utility one. If it still has the grip, we're back to Shadowlands, where it enabled all of your DPS, but also provided utility. So sometimes maybe you're forced to hold this for you. This still has the grip, right? If Abomination Limb still grips, then we're back to the first issue it ever had. It doesn't? Oh, then that's stupid. Oh, God. Alright. Again, we're taking away flavor and awesomeness from a spec just to provide more balance. Oh, kill me. I don't like it. Other than that, I legit like Unholy's philosophy. Like where it's going. I think just the positioning of some of these talents and the number of them. I think it skews way too heavily into disease builds than into minion builds. Hey, what up, man? How's it going, man? No worries, poo for days. Don't poo for days, man. Just poo once. It's fine. I wonder if they're gonna introduce a proper raid buff, then maybe they're preparing something with the grip changes. The thing is, if you do that, then Warlocks are gonna want a raid buff too. Then Hunters are gonna want an actual raid buff too as well. And we're never gonna end this conversation. I'm not saying that they shouldn't have. But if you give DKs a raid buff, then Warriors will want a grip style utility as well. Because Warriors bring almost nothing to a group. Whether it's a raid or Mythic Plus. So... I don't know. I don't know. Listen, you know what? I think I'm getting like super tired of criticizing design choices. It kind of takes away a little bit from the joy of playing the game whenever they change the fantasy and the scope of a class to fit a particular narrative that they have. But maybe that's just how it is. Maybe... Participation level. Yeah, that's the problem. That's how. Wasn't that how it was in WoD? Where everybody had everything? I'll recommend reading Tasnack's feedback on the wall forums regarding the... Oh my god, do you have a link for that? Holy shit, bro. Can you link that? I would be super curious to read it. I've been trying to reach Tasnack for some months now, but he's not replying my DMs. Maybe he got tired of my forehead, I guess. And I was looking on the forums the other day and I couldn't find anything unless I just happened to skip it. Yeah, I agree, Oxy. I don't think Warlocks need a raid buff, but then again, you know, you keep making stronger and stronger health potions. You give people potions with movements and a lot of movement skills, then, you know, at one point maybe Warlocks will be like, but bro, I'm like replaced by alchemy. Yeah, I get it, Patrick, but see, the way I see it is a first world problem. You could do raids without... You could do almost every raid tier ever made without a warrior. Right? At least in the last expansions. When was a warrior's like, oh my god, we need a warrior for this thing, right? That never happened. Or a rogue. We need a rogue for this thing. Even atrophic poison was a little bit meh. Oh, is that the thing? Alright. Wait, what the fuck did I do? Oh, right, this is what I wanted. Okay, making this since there's not a DK feedback thread, even though there was sweeping changes and really should be a feedback thread, yeah? Yep, good point. That's what I was looking for. I think a little before he posted this, maybe. I'm going to be blunt here. The justification for the removal of Abomination Limp is incredibly flimsy. Yes! Suppose Abomination Limp as a displacement effect was so powerful that encounter designers just couldn't allow mobs to be able to be displaced on raid encounters. Why are all the displacement effects that have been utilized to replace Death and Decay for years still present? As in normal grip? As in knockbacks? If the plan is to make Death Grip feel like a true raid buff, then the only way to accomplish that is to remove every other displacement effect in the game. Seeing the patch notes and no mention of removing other displacement effects leads me to strongly believe that you truly do not understand the issue at hand here. Jesus. Ooh. Death Grip is not unique in what it can do, nor was Abomination Limb. Sure, this tier is hot topic. The encounter with team will absolutely design fights with Death Grip in mind, but what about 2 years from now? Are you really gonna force your encounter designers to design fights specifically around Death Grip until the end of eternity? It's a good point. That's, in essence, basically just trust me, bro. It'll be good. And what has been demonstrated in the last 3 tiers of combat is not something we as players can trust. Ooh, Jesus Christ, Tasnack is salty, man. I love it. When it comes down to it, this set of changes did the exact opposite of making us desirable in a raid environment. Abomination Limb being gone means we have less utility. I do not know how this was decided, nor do I really care, but what I can say is go back to the drawing board. This is not okay. Bro, I don't think I've ever read anything Tasnack has ever said that was this upset. This has the silent rage behind it. Tasnack is usually a smiley dude. Always a smiley dude. Alright, Tasnack is laying it in, man. Alright. If you don't know, Tasnack is the theory crafter behind Unholy and Frost. And if you are playing Unholy and Frost with any semblance of knowledge behind it, most likely that knowledge was created by Tasnack. So if you're playing endgame DK, you're probably playing the builds and sims that he contributed to. If not, he created entirely. I don't know the details, but yeah. Right. This is not what the players want. That is not what player feedback has been asking for. True, that's exactly. As Ghost recently said during a talk at the Nordic Game Developers Conference that Blizzard would be focusing on a player perspective, incorporating their feedback, but you've utterly failed to do that here. Don't make Ian a liar. Lol. Oh my god, dude. I love it. What is he saying, man? What the bro? Bro, the gaslighting, man. I love it. All right. Locked and loaded, man. Now, to get to my feedback on the Unholy changes, new talent, Plague Masher and Grave Masher. Okay, these two talents seem intended to help with Unholy's critical strike scaling issues it's experiencing right now. Okay, we have a tank. Shit, I need to get a tank, bro. I think we need to go. Need to go with this build because we have a tank. And then I'll continue reading once we're done. Don't make you a liar, yeah. AMZ is a huge range buff that will require decay? Maybe. What's our eye level? Oh, we're not scaled anymore. Holy shit. Oh wow, bro, they're dying way too quick, dude. Oh, they're dying way too quick, dude. Okay. What the fuck is that? Where's my damage again? Yeah, we're way too overgeared for M0. I don't think my damage has time to kick in, but how does the Shadow Priest do so much damage? Nah. Probably put more wounds up. Bro, am I just playing bad? I should just play the one button. Bro, I'm gonna play the one button rotation, man. What is this? Oh, dude. Hey, Manuel, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate it, man.
Hi, here we are again.
Gee, what the fuck? Bro, what the fuck's going on with... Do you... What the... What... Is this the priest? It's all coming from the priest. Bro, how am I doing 2 billion DPS, man? This is whack. What the fuck? I'm just death quelling here. Yeah, there's no point in testing with BL. I guess he has a point. Oh shit, it changes what... Wait, did it always do this? Shit. Tank stronger than DPS? Confirm, bro. Confirm. I need to retire. I need to switch to tank. Maybe I'm epidemic, pressing epidemic too much. Oh, this is clearly epidemic. Bro, how am I not doing damage? What the fuck? Like, this is not even about using one hand, or 1.5 hands rather. Am I missing something? Do I have an intellect weapon? How am I doing 2 million DPS? Is my DPS meter broken, bro? I'm playing Rider, not Sandlane. It's probably not a good build, but fuck me, bro. From a bad build to doing below tank, that's like... My problem is... Rider? Really? Is Rider that bad? Bro, Rider on live isn't this bad. You realize I'm doing half the tank's damage? How am I doing half the tank's damage? Like, even if I'm terrible at the game, I'm pressing my buttons. I know what buttons I'm pressing. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm doing more now. Alright, alright. Maybe it's my build, bro. Maybe it's the build. I mean, I'm kind of doing like 3 million single target. That's not that bad. I think something's happening in AoE, man. My Clawing Shadows does the most amount of damage. Is this something to do with my... You think it's fast 9 targets to do half the tank's damage and 5 times less than the... Bro, 1 million AoE and 3 million single targets? Nah. Nah, bro, nah. This is not right. Is it on me? Fuck. No, press my buttons. Do I even do blighted arrows? I don't have all will serve, never mind. By the time I started, this guy was like 20% HP. I have Clawing Shadows, man. Don't worry. How am I doing Clawing Shadows damage with no Clawing Shadows on my bars? Think a little bit. How is that possible? It's because it's a macro. That's new. I don't feel like I matter. Shit, that does quite a bit of damage. I need to press more. Oh, I know what I need to change on my keybinds. That, so I can press 3 or so more. Right. Okay. This. Oh, we cannot do Tezavesh, right? What else do we have? This and Aldani, I suppose. So we have Tezavesh, Floodgate, Priory. We could try Priory. Alright. Let me look into some No, I have a Scorch Strike macro. Oh, I recommend everybody to have this with a pet class. It basically casts Scorch Strike, right? But obviously it's replaced by Clawing Shadows, so it casts Clawing Shadows. But I put pet attack in, so that every Scorch Strike that I do, I order my pet to attack the same target that I am attacking. Rider is Lepoop, really? This bad, man? Seriously? Oh, the mace loots things. This is the new mace. It's really fun. It apparently loots things in 40 yards. High for 11.2. Yeah, man, I'm kind of excited. Once all of this shit is fixed, it's gonna be pretty nice. Is not needed. Wait, the pet macro? Really? Oh, they changed it? Lol, I'm too boomer brain, bro. I don't trust in-game designs. I need to script my own shit. Okay. Quick break, guys. I'm gonna want to read this this article. Before that, let me make a quick cup of coffee, and then we continue. God damn it! Why am I poop at the video game? Calling me. I don't have any friends. To the bathroom with banana as well, and we're good. 10 million Void Blast? Jesus. I don't know, man. I don't know why I'm not doing the damage. Okay. So, Plague Mastery and Grave Mastery. These two talents seem intended to help with Unholy's critical strike scaling issues it's experiencing right now, but they somewhat fail to do so. Since these are talents, it would require the player to already have a significant amount of critical strike rating for them to be desirable as talents, making both of these an odd choice for crit to be good. A player must have a lot of crit, but to want a lot of crit, crit has to be good. It's a bit of a paradoxical scenario. I think Plague Mastery should probably just be baseline instead, so that crit has value to the baseline of the spec. I like the theory. I like not just being a bare percent crit damage done mod to all things. It's a good choice, just needs a few adjustments to accomplish the goal. Okay, I'm not aware of the crit issues, but I don't think Unholy has scaled crit ever insofar as modern WoW is concerned, to my knowledge. Okay, the Desecrate new talent. I'm torn on Desecrate due to where it is in the tree. It's in a choice node with Defile, making this a choice between raw damage or mobility essentially. Desecrate lets you move if your tank decides to run out of your D&D basically. Damage it does is pitiful to say the least, at most doing 50% of attack power and damage, compared to Defile's 224%. And the AoE wound generation just doesn't do a lot for us. We already often have more wounds than we can pop, even before this element was introduced, which brings me to... With Ghost of Koresh, we're looking into reducing the number of cooldowns Unholy Death Knight has and provide new tools to apply and remove festering wounds and AoE more efficiently. So I haven't read this, but I assume he's going to talk exactly what I said, that adding and removing wounds wasn't a problem that I personally have ever heard Unholy ever complain about. I'm not sure what the intention is here, honestly. We were flooded on wounds in AoE before, with Festering Scythe alone providing enough wounds to keep any competent Unholy Decay fed on wounds entirely on its own, totally ignoring the benefits of Infected Claws and Pestilence. When you consider those two, we often had more wounds than we could even pop during a pack. If it wasn't for undeath wound pops, we would be wasting just colossal amounts of damage. When it comes to wound popping in AoE, as mentioned here, nothing in the notes accomplishes that. That's true. There's nothing that removes wounds. They haven't added a single thing that removed wounds from targets. Not sure if that's incomplete or what, but be incredibly careful with that, as bursting source quadratic scaling can easily cause Unholy to scale to uncontrollable levels. All in all, I'm just confused by this developer note. It doesn't address any real issue that this specialization has been having, so kind of what I was saying as well. Alright, cool. Abomination Limp has been renamed. Okay, the Abomination Limp change. Ignoring the bugs present with this sound at the moment, it's a good concept as an alternative to raise Abomination in AoE scenarios, where often players would flat out skip Army and Abomination, both of which are pretty iconic Unholy abilities and part of its core identity. My only major concern with this is just it's going to absolutely flood us on Festering Wounds if we also take Festering Scythe during its duration, with no hope at all popping all of them. If we skip Festering Scythe, the cooldown on this ability is far too long to keep us fed on Festering Wounds. It's just awkward at best. I like the concept, but needs more work. Alright, cool. The redesign and all will serve. Okay, thumbs up. I kind of like it too. My only confusion with this is the intent of the epidemic portion of it. In game, it's 5 targets, but the patch notes listed 2. If it's 5, amazing. It might actually have some uses in Cleave AoE. If it's 2, it's a dead node past 1 target. Okay. The dev notes does say 2, right? So the in-game talent says 5? Yes, 5 additional targets. Okay, so maybe that's good. Just don't play Unholy, that is a solution, huh? Red head rapscallion, that's me. Oh my god, camera. Oh, I'm so... Bro. Fucking hell. Alright. Alright, now you know what I was looking at. Reaping has an additional effect. Soul Reaper's execute effect increases the damage of your minions. Alright. An interesting change that makes Soul Reaper a tad more useful in some scenarios, but still far too weak, really. Even with this being used during Gift of the Sand Lane, something needs to be done to give Soul Reaper value if a player is Sand Lane. Alright, so this is a Sand Lane issue. Alright. Apocalypse now replaces Dark Transformation if it is known, and also summons your pet ghoul on cast. You all tried this in Shadowlands beta and the community rioted. You tried it again now, the community is rioting. Do not do this. How did you not learn your lesson? I don't remember this part. I cannot believe I don't remember this. Did it really replace Dark Transformation? It's probably because it's a new dev, right? The chances of a dev working at Blizzard for longer than a year is very slim, right? In modern WoW. With how many people leave or get fired? Maybe it's a meme. Apocalypse and Dark Transformation have different uses, different scenarios where they are strong. They are not always used together, making this just a blatant downgrade. Yes, it's one less button to press, but you can accomplish that in other ways. My recommendation would be taking Unholy and Salt and Dark Transformation off the global cooldown, so that players can use them more freely, or macro them into other abilities rather than trying to combine two things that do not need to be combined. I am not aware of a Dark Transformation and Apocalypse being needed in different scenarios, but that's perfectly fine. I'm not a big Unholy player lately, so... and causes players to have have worse experiences with the game because of it. Alright. I'll trust Taze on that one. Decomposition. Okay, so the decomposition buff still needs over 900% or so to compete with Fester Might in terms of value per point. But at least you tried. Good attempt. So, Tasnack, the one who wrote this article, also does, I don't know, all of the simming on Unholy DK. So whenever you play a build, it's likely the build that you're playing has been theory crafted by him. So him saying that you need 900% buff on decomposition is probably not untrue. Fetching Scythe overrides are now last 30 seconds. Great change to give players more versatility when they decide to use Scythe. Solid change. Okay, good. Yay, we have a good change. Plaguebringer and Clawing Shadows is no longer a choice node. Bit questionable since build that lacked one of these often didn't care for the other, but this is an okay change, I guess. Still won't make Clawing Shadows more than a 0% DPS gain for Sand Lane, though since it doesn't increase the damage of Vampiric Strike if you take Clawing Shadows. Okay, that's weird, but okay. What is that? The JLA shop? What is the JLA? Okay. Talent changes. Vile Contagion go. Oh my god, wait, that's true. We lost Vile Contagion? Alright, well. What's still missing? Oh my god, there's so much more. An actually universally useful raid buff for one, but I digress. Okay, raid buff. In this bit, I want to talk about all the feedback that's been given on Unholy over the last several years that's been blatantly ignored, never acted upon. This is so aggressive. I love it. First things first, wounds. This minor change to the talent tree isn't what we have been asking for, nor is it even what was promised when the 11.2 preview said new gameplay for Unholy Death Knight. There's no new gameplay here, that's true, it's just the same old. Just a few talent nodes shuffled around, a few new talents to replace old ones, nothing changes about the gameplay at all. No changes about the gameplay, okay. Unholy needs better than this. I understand you don't know what to do with this. Bro, this is so inflammatory. I understand you don't know what to do with this spec. I entirely get that Unholy's design is built on such an unstable foundation that it's insanely hard to design stuff for. I get it, I really do, but the players deserve better than this, Jesus. And you know it. We're only going to get louder about these issues until they are resolved. Jesus. Unholy at its core is a lost Jesus! Jesus. Unholy at its core is a lost cause. Admit it already and do something about it. It needs a ground-up rework to everything about its core. The wound concept has been refined again and again over the last close to 9 years, and we still hate it. Give it up, bro. Second up, raid utility. Look, I know it's hard to admit we have been right for 4 years telling you Death Grip isn't a raid buff, but give it up already. We aren't going to change our minds. Jesus. Who's this we? Give us a raid buff. Stop messing around with us. It's insulting that a niche ability is being touted. Is that how you read that? Touted as a raid buff when there's a plethora of alternative displacement options. Finally, the core abilities. When it comes to Unholy Death Knight's core abilities, there's a distinct lack of flavor, a distinct lack of fun. More so when it comes to the major pain points of festering strike and outbreak. What about these buttons brings player satisfaction? What about these buttons is fun? Right now the answer to that is basically nothing. I can probably agree to that. And that's a major issue. A core rotation is a game shouldn't try to force a player to press buttons they don't want to press because the design requires it. If that's the case, the design should be changed. Okay. Being an MMO like World of Warcraft is, the core rotation of a specialization is basically what makes the game fun for people. If it's not engaging, not something that's satisfying, it's going to fall flat on its face and the players will perceive the game as unfun. Alright, you have to remember the combat system of a player specialization is the lens in which they view the game through. We have been complaining about Unholy for years, and the reluctance to act on any of our feedback about it is a shame because I absolutely love the theme of Death Knight, and Unholy especially. I want players to have so much fun playing it, being able to enjoy their experience, but instead I spend most of my time answering questions about why X is so weird, or why the specialization as a whole is so unintuitive. Oh my god, basically what I was saying at the very beginning. Twitter comments vibe check. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, this is very interesting. So the 11.2 preview gave me hope that there would finally be work done to work on this, but I was left sorely disappointed. Unholy's the same old turd with a new coat of paint. Yeah, kinda. Add all of this to a severe lack of any communication or what the intention of the specializations are, and as a community we are generally reaching a boiling point. Yeah, I can tell. Do better, Blizzard. I know you can. You've captured the hearts and minds of so many players over so many years, me included. You're so much better than this. G fucking sus. This is the angriest I have ever seen Taze. And by the way, Taze is one of the people that we collaborated with the most over all of the years when it came to our content. We were doing podcasts and guides on Unholy, and we consistently were chatting with the man on DMs about Unholy. He was always the nicest person ever, always all smiles and all positivity. I have never, ever heard him be so negative. And not only negative, but fucking inflammatory, bro. Yeah, this definitely was his we had enough. I guess maybe I've become numb to this kind of game design and I just kind of play it off as memes, but I kind of really agree with it. I may be, you know, as a content creator, maybe I would have been a little bit more diplomatic, but holy shit. There's a lot of stuff. Like I've pushed this type of sentiment down over the years because it kind of felt like I was just wasting my energy. The game is definitely changing, and some of the changes just feel so against what the love for the game is, and you can clearly see in this post. And like I said, if you're asking why you should care about any of these, and that's because up until now, at the very least, this guy is responsible for you being able to play DK correctly. It's very unlikely that most people would be able to play DK correctly if Tasnack wouldn't have been able to theorycraft, sim, and get a lot of builds out there as well. There are obviously a lot of good DK players. Maybe I'm kissing his ass a little bit too much. But I just went over like an hour ago over how unintuitive this whole talent is, and I think I've done that the same at in the beta for the War Within and the beta for Dragonflight as well. Raid buff is having an ability removed. Yeah, it's I cannot help but feel like the removal of Abomination Limb is the same mentality of we want kicks to be we want stuns to be less important in dungeons, so we're making spells only be interrupted by kicks, which in turn just made the opposite, just made stuns way more important because you needed so many more of them. Okay, well, that's slightly disappointing because I was going through all of these and I couldn't really feel what the vibe of this was. So if the actual engine behind the car works so poorly, then it makes sense why I'm a little bit weird about all of this. So decomposition is dead. I cannot really feel like I can play this, so I feel like it's just like live. So obviously the file is still good. Fester Scythe. Fester Might. Apparently Reaping is bad, but we need Harbinger of Doom, right? We want to spend like damage of Rider comes from spending Runic Power, right? At times you sound like him, like Taze? No way. Or do I? Maybe I do. Yeah. That's I get you, Nosy. Everybody kind of really just cares about their spec, which is perfectly fine. Why should you care about other specs? But normally these issues can sometimes bleed out, so there are a couple of good changes for sure. When some of these changes happen, it's kind of clear that they either don't know what they want to do with the spec, or their idea of what the spec should do is wrong. And I stand by what I said at the beginning. This style of nodes, from new player perspective, I guess that's just the perspective I can have, it just makes this the tree unintuitive, like I told you before. There's only Unholy that has this problem though, as a DK or as a whole. It's not just Unholy, it's more present with Unholy though. I haven't gone into Blood in a while, but Unholy is not the only spec in the game that has this issue. Like Arcane, it being unintuitive has a bigger issue, and Unholy has way more variety in the sounds than Arcane does. But Arcane, just whatever it does is just fucking amazing. Like nobody even can, like all Arcane. So Arcane players are probably coked up out of their fucking minds on the amazing gameplay and performance that Unholy has, that they forget that they're actually playing a terribly designed spec in terms of talent distribution and pathing and builds and so on and so forth. The talents are so weird for Arcane. You have like 17,000 AoE talents, 5 single targets, and the AoE talents sometimes are good in single target, and the AoE talents are on the right, left, middle, and single targets are only on the right side, and the single target capstone is bad, but you take the AoE capstone on a single target or take no capstone. Like on Arcane is just a little bit, I mean, that's how it feels for like an average player trying to figure out how to play the spec, right? Yeah, it is early in the PTR, but it's very important to say these out loud so that the information goes out there, right? Because especially since the devs, as much as we like to bash on them, they actually pay attention. Now, they don't pay attention consistently across the board on all of the specs, but when they do, they actually implement most of the things. And mostly because they specified it again that they're wanting our feedback, which is fine, bro. Think about it this way, Nosy. I don't know how long you've played WoW, but I will still give this example because it's a good example. In the beta for the War Within, the Mythic Plus affixes were changed 3 times because of player feedback. 3 times. Do you remember? I don't know if you've watched our content or somebody else's content, because we cover this as well. When we went from Dragonflight to the War Within, they've completely removed all of the affixes and gave us some new weird ass affixes. The first iteration of affixes, there was like some Thorns affix, some, I don't know, some Caster affix, or if I recall, I don't remember all the details. And they survived for like 2 weeks because they were fucking terrible. And then in 2 weeks, they gave us a whole new set of affixes, which is where we got all of the Xalatath's bargains and stuff. I like the changes in M plus point of view. Like the guy is completely right on his arguments. Hope Blizzard gives us more attention. Yeah. I see that as well. Hey, Dottie, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Yeah, but season 1 wasn't terrible because of the affixes, bro. Season 1 was terrible because of the encounter design. The problem with season 1 was because it's weird, right? They listened to the affixes, but they didn't listen to the season 1. Season 1 was terrible because of how they wanted to have healing and tanking design, which affected everybody, and utility design. So they wanted healing and tanking to feel more impactful, and instead of just doing what I said, and not just myself but other people as well, and just increasing the health bars a ton and lowering the healing a little bit so that it takes longer for somebody to die but it takes longer for somebody to heal, they just made HP's bars yo-yo even more one-shots, more stressful gameplay on healers and tanks that just killed them. They felt like paper are one thing. The second thing would have been the insane amount of casts everywhere, and the fact that casts could only be interrupted by interrupts and not by stuns. So not only did they put more casts in game than there are interrupts available, but they also made CC not able to stop cast. So you would need more CCs because you cannot have 12 interrupts in a dungeon when you have only 5 people, and sometimes the healer doesn't have an interrupt, right? And people have been feedbacking that in beta, and it didn't go through. And we saw how season 1 was, and they'll say we were mostly happy with how season 1 turned out, but we know we could have done better. Bullshit, bro. Bullshit. Season 1 was a fucking flop. Season 1 killed so much of the war within its momentum. That's my opinion. Of course, I don't have the facts, but the indirect numbers that we could see, like season 1, like do you remember when the War Within launched? Do you remember ever seeing that many players play WoW? There were so many players playing WoW. So many fucking players playing WoW. In a month, they were all gone. The crit buff talent's so dead. Just skip it. Alright. Then I just take Improve Faster Strike. So this is better than the crit buff, I guess? I like season 1 more than season 2. Oh, come on, Fanwar. Come on. I know this sounds like an elitist question, but how high of a key have you done in season 1? Because if you've done like up to 10s, and even that was still, you know, cap. I call cap. Big cap. They'll fix DK, I'll come back. It's so weird, man, because on one hand I get all of the points that Taze is making, but Unholy is still so cool. I think in season 1 Unholy, because Marcelian was maining it, Unholy had about like 5 to 6 Mythic Plus builds with all of the cooldowns, with no cooldowns, with half of the cooldowns and Fester Scythe, no Fester Scythe, spreading wounds, not spreading wounds. They felt so cool. And a lot of them carried over to season 2 as well, if you didn't want to play Sandlane. Because if you wanted to play Sandlane, it was like only one build. Okay. What would I play if I played Sandlane? M plus Sandlane. The thing is, they have a good track record in fixing issues in a cool way, but I think it just matters which dev handles the class, because if it's like the mage dev that handles the mages, does that do a lot of damage? Like, why is my damage so shit, bro? Look at my damage. Why is it so shit? Man, White Maiden is fucking, dude. White Maiden's Epidemic is better than my Epidemic. What the fuck? Got all of the pet damage. But the plague didn't do anything. Out of 270 days played on my DK and 30k achievement points, I've never wanted to reroll more than I do now. Really? Really? Fuck, dude. Is it that bad? Jesus. Oh. Do I get... Do people play Super Strain on live? They do. Wait, is this blood? Wait, Unholy plays no cooldowns? What the fuck? That's why there's so many free points. Because I was wondering, like, how do you get all of the stuff then? Did you try Frost already? Yes. Yes, I did. Frost is still incomplete in terms of its rework, in my opinion. Bro, Breath of Sindragosa is way better. Listen, Breath is better. You have to give up on all the fun stuff just to make the spec work? Jesus Christ. Okay, if I want to play a disease build, bro. If I want to play a disease build, what do I do? What do I do? I have to give up some of this shit, right? Do I care about Apocalypse even? Apocalypse summons a block. Oh, I need Apocalypse. Wait, if I don't have Apocalypse, I cannot play this? No shot, dude. What? They didn't, bro. Bro, no way. Oh, Dark Transformation summons it. Never mind. Okay, never mind. I thought they didn't like it that we didn't play the middle parts. Do I care about this? I guess I could just get rid of this and get this, right? I mean, that's what they want me to play. You guys saw the new Breath, right? I think Breath is really cool. You eat a bat? Oh, like that, right? Because COVID. Okay, I guess it's funny. What's my cheer set do? Pure diseases. Melee attack power of your ghoul. Okay, if the ghoul gets melee attack power, doesn't that mean that Ghoulish Frenzy becomes better? The second and third charge seems pointless now. Second and third charge of what? What am I missing? Breath is a cool idea, but nothing other than the first stage makes any sense pressing. Probably not, man. I don't think so. Like, overall, there's more DPS in pressing and charging it all the way to max. So you have some flexibility in doing, like, big pulls with a Bloodlust, charging your breath to max, and then you'll just have to hold it for 15 seconds. That's the downside. The second and third charge. Okay, so second and third charge. So is that the consensus in the DK community? Because obviously I haven't checked with them. But the third charge does the most amount of damage. So if you want to front load a lot of damage into like a big pull, let's say you play Cinderbrew, or you're gonna play Priory, and you're gonna pull like 2 or 3 packs with Suleiman, you pop Bloodlust, potions everywhere, you charge Breath Max, right? You have to. Bloodlust lasts, what, 30 seconds? Potion lasts 20 seconds or whatever? Clearly that's the best way to do it, no? Maybe? I mean, that sounds like it makes sense on paper at the very least. How's the hand feeling? Annoying. I don't like it. I want it to go away. Yeah, the first charge syncs with your every pillar. If you charge it to the third way, you do more damage. It just does more damage. More DPS, right? If you charge it to max. But the upfront damage is... I mean, I don't know. Maybe they need to tune it, because right now it's like whatever. I can at least kind of hold the cup now. But I cannot twist my wrist. I have to twist it from the elbow, and that's very unintuitive. And if I twist it from the elbow, that's fine. But if I end up doing like this, that fucks it up. So I do this unconsciously, because everybody does this unconsciously. So I have to like consciously think of not twisting, or put my hand in a position where it needs to be twisted. Yeah, Matt can kiss my ass. Do I just get rid of this? To get what? Improve death coil? Do I care about Rotten Touch? Rotten Touch is being run on... Okay, so if this is shit, I can still do this, right? Can I not play this? Or maybe I can play Blighted Arrow this time and see how it is. What do I do to get All Will Serve, though? And I kind of have to play the new Desecrate, right? I need to test it to see how it is. This otherwise was the point, right? No guitar time. To be fair, I've been kind of missing playing the guitar. I finally found my amp. And I so wanted to play. Or at least to practice. I cannot play, guys. Don't get twisted. I can take away Infected Claws, actually. But this is so bro, this is so counterintuitive. Dude, if you're giving me a tier set that says fucking Blood Beast lasts for additional 4 seconds and Vampiric Strike increases the melee attack power of your ghoul by 10% and it applies multiple times. If melee attack power is that big, then clearly I want Ghoulish Frenzy, right? Am I crazy? Oh, hello, Matt. Oh, appreciate it, Royal. Yeah, I still have 4 more weeks. I'm not holding my breath. Guitar Hero stream? Nah, I'm good. I'd rather play my guitar. How did you get hurt? There's this game in if you remember when you were like in kindergarten, there's this game where you do like the clappy things with somebody, and I did it with a rock. So Run touches mid and AoE. Thank you. I want to test this. I guess I just won't get Infected Claws because apparently I just have way too many wounds that I need anyway. Right, so I can play this. Okay, do I have all my buttons? Dark Trance, Unholy Assault, Legion of Souls. And now I just get charges of Death and Decay. I'll need to press Death and Decay way more often. Okay, what other dungeons can we do? We can do Priory, right? Let's do Priory. Because, I'm not the party leader. How am I not the party leader? Right, let's remake the party. Echo Dome all done is just way too short to test things. Dungeons. We could also do Dawnbreaker, but that's shorty also. Where's the Priory? Where's Priory? Can I TP? Oh fuck. How do I get there? WoW and guitars are my things. It's pretty cool. Will Demolog get buffs? I don't know, maybe. Can only pray, right? Take it easy, Dottie. House needs to get clean. Mine needs to too, but WoW needs to be played also. If I'm gonna clean my house, who's gonna play WoW? WoW isn't gonna play itself, lol. Lol. At this point, I'm just waiting for the add-on purge in the new DH spec. Lol. You're gonna be waiting for a while, man. Probably until the end of World Soul Saga. I would be surprised if it's earlier. Big surprise. Where's the... Wait, is Soul Reaper pointless for Sandlane? Isn't that what Taze was saying? But you play it on live, no? They said it's 12.0 what? The add-on purge? No, bro, nobody said anything like that. Nobody said anything about the spec also. Should I go to war within zone at 68 or 70? Good question. I don't know. Can you take the quest at 68? Taze did say the file was better, sure, but I mean, what's the point in testing the new talents if I don't play the new talents? What am I gonna do with the file being better? Okay, good. So then I'm just playing live version of DK? I'm assuming tuning is relative, right? So I'm trying to figure out the build that's intuitive to build. And if something else is better, it's probably usually a tuning issue. If I want to play minions and picking minion talents in a minion build is a DPS loss, then that's stupid. We agree on that, right? Minion talents should be best for minion builds. What's wrong with my loading screen? My game crashed. Do I need to restart? Yeah, no, I'm Alt F4 then. Let me get it back up. I'm used to saying that. Hey, what up, Nashness? How's DK looking? Buddy. Do you want the truth or the cope? What do you want? No, they didn't plan anything for... Add-on purge is not a thing that they switch on and it's gone. Add-on purge is a process that they're partaking in by systematically improving the game UI and simplifying encounters and classes. You cannot add on purge without simplifying all of the classes so that you don't have... You guys know the infamous tooltip, right? Let me see if it works on PTR. Give me a second. Tooltip. Item tooltip enhancer, is this the one? No, this is item tooltip enhancer. What was the tooltip add-on that shows you the entire tooltip of a spell with everything that works? Is it tooltip with 2 words? Classic SOD? No, what the fuck? Oh, Harek's Advanced Tooltips. I think this is the one, yeah. Install. Let's see if it works on PTR. I'll show it with Monk because I know it works with Monk. Yeah, no. So the add-on purge is okay. So the add-on, what you need to understand about add-on purge is that it already started. It started back in Dragonflight. It started first with the UI overhaul with the edit mode. It continued with the private auras. That was a flop though. And it's like the improved visuals is part of it, because the visuals being visible, the spell effects being visible, makes it so that you don't need add-ons to tell you when and where things happen, right? Because they're more obvious to see. Specs being slightly simpler in their playstyle and not requiring you to track things is part of it, so you don't need weak cards to tell you when a certain buff or proc is up. The rotational assistant is kind of also part of that, but that's mostly accessibility. That's not necessarily an add-on purge. What's likely going to happen is they're going to introduce DPS meter in the game. They're going to introduce boss timers like they said into the game. Now, they didn't say when. If they have it ready for 12.0, that's great. I would be surprised if they have all of them ready for 12.0. But not only that, they will need to like rework how buffs and debuffs work, how they show up on your screen, how they show up in party frames, how they show up in raid frames. They would need to work on the personal resource display, where the personal resource display can be more or less like the weak cards I make, where you need to track certain procs, because once you get a certain proc, a certain buff of any kind, that particular buff dictates the next spell that you use, which is probably what most class or spec weak cards do anyway. But that needs to happen on the middle of your screen and not at the... Oh, okay, so that's why it doesn't work. Not at the top right part of the screen, where you cannot find the buff because it's between 17 other buffs that proc, right? So all of that is not going to happen overnight, or is like one patch, they flick a switch and then boom, it's in the game, right? Hey, Jet Buster, the arm is it's getting better. It's healing. Clearly, it's healing. All right, we're gonna go on live. Looks like the world server is down. I don't know how long this is gonna be. So yeah, that's basically what's up. So it's gonna take a while, and they're likely going to let's say dumb down the game, for lack of a better word, first. And once the game is dumbed down, then you will just log in one day and figure out, wait a minute, why do I even use these add-ons for? I don't really need them. That's usually most likely when the add-ons are going to be, you know, purged or banned or whatever actually ends up happening. Did you guys see the Gamescom announcement? Yes. We, kind of know about it. Hopefully we can get there as well this year. We don't know yet. Live gaming? What do you mean? As in live, as in not PTR? Yeah, probably. Let's check our boys. You're still logged in? Oh, are you? Well, I, disconnected me and I couldn't log in. Maybe they have some issues. I'm gonna hop on live a little bit before I get back on the PTR. Need to try out the one button Gimpy this past week. It turns out I was playing for a lot wrong. Lol. Oh shit, Alex with the 50 super chat to get you to the con. Oh, appreciate it. It's not like that, man. Like, even if we had the financial means to go there, and it wouldn't be a problem, unless we get press passes, I wouldn't go there. I'm not visiting Gamescom. I've been to Gamescom last year as a regular visitor. It's just not for me. It's way too crowded, way too many people. The lines are way too big. I don't care for that. If we can get press passes to get there early, mostly to check with the wall booth and maybe to get some interviews with the devs, because the devs don't usually. I don't think they would stay there for when Gamescom opens for the masses. There's really, I mean, you know, it's not like there's no point. Gamescom is kind of fun, but it's also super crowded, and I guess I'm just not that con guy anymore. It's just not for me, I guess. You're still on the PTR, bro? Okay, fuck it. I'm loading it up again. I want to see what's going on. I mean, it crashed twice for me. What healer would you recommend for someone who wants to get 3k IO as a healer and have fun? Well, I don't know how you can have fun, but the easiest one to get 3k IO with is obviously the meta healer, which is Discipline Priest, because you're gonna get the most amount of invites and you're very, very strong, so you can get 3k easy. Now, whether or not you're gonna have fun with it, I don't know, bro. That's up to you. You cannot ask me what you would find fun, man. You can ask me other questions about the main and I can hopefully give you an informed opinion, but I don't know what you would find fun. All right. Oh shit, we're back in. All right, cool. We haven't seen you in a while. Get a first start in Orgrimmar. What do you mean? Get the fuck out, bro. There you go. Okay, there you go. This is the tooltip that I mean. Look at this. So this add-on shows you the entire tooltip of a spell, like what goes in. Look at Blackout Kick. This is what the Blackout Kick actually does. Do you want to read all of it? And if you read all of it, can you read all of this and then figure out, okay, I know exactly how to use it? I doubt it. And if we swap to Mistweaver, because that's where the fun is. Jesus. I'm curious. What is this? Is this one Jadefire? Guessing Jadefire Stomp. What you do to get Jadefire Stomp? I guess like this, right? Oh no, you need both. You need both. Anyway, wait. Look at this. Look at this. Have you decided what to main in season 3? No, but I probably will want to take a closer look at what my main is, and we'll probably start, you know, just like it was last patch, maybe like a series of going through a bunch of options. Maybe we'll have videos on it as well. I'll spam it big, go for it, dude. Yeah, so this is the tooltip thing that I mentioned, right? Let's check the DK again. Looking to put a war in Warcraft? Activate war mode in your faction's capital city and venture out. Yeah, I'm sure that's how you do it. Oh my god, look at Death Coil, dude. LOL. Look at fucking Death Coil, dude. Oh, Scourge Strike. I don't think it gets better than that, I suppose. Jesus. Yeah, there you go. This is World of Warcraft. So when I kind of say World of Warcraft is a little bit over-designed, this is what I mean. This shit will have to go away if we're gonna have no add-ons. Can you hear the music? What you hearing about? You mean the World of Warcraft music? Because if you're telling me you're hearing my AC/DC, then I'm gonna cry. Because that means the YouTube stream is dead. Thank God for one button assist. Yeah, kind of, maybe. Yeah, the Preach Dice video is one of the best one, yeah. The wall music is just, I don't know if I can share. It's just Spotify, man. Just go on Spotify, search World of Warcraft. It's probably the first thing that comes up. It's a playlist. I think it's even the official playlist where it has all of the soundtrack of all of the expansions ever made. Actually, no, it's a playlist made by Deborah Rutter. It has 226 songs, 16 hours and 40 minutes of music. Right. So in order for us not to have add-ons, we need to have like less intricate specs. Or maybe getting rid of those insane tooltips is not the right way to say it. Because you cannot play Minesweeper, right? The game has to have some death. Wait, why am I going this way? Wait, no, we're gonna do Priory. Right? We're gonna do Priory. Oh, frame drops. Plus, from what I understand, they've changed Priory, right? M0. It's confirming that I don't have both walls open. What was this? Maybe I want the logs. Oh, I think I know this this dude. Wait, isn't this Shaman in chat? Didn't we play together the other day? So Apado has the top pairers. You mean parsers? Hell yeah, man, let's get you in. Yeah, I would be upset if they remove that, man. I like my game to have depth and complexity, but not not this kind. This is not the place for it. I would rather play Path of Exile with this level of complexity, not World of Warcraft. I don't need this no more. Hey, what up, Percival? How's it going, man? WoW needs to stop changing and tuning what the buttons do every few weeks. That's why I don't even bother with builds or understanding what the skills do. I just push the shiny button. That's a very, very, very good point. See, this is the thing, because I feel like we live in extremes, man. There was a time when the devs were not changing anything about the game for patches at a time, so you were stuck with broken specs for almost an entire expansion, right? Now we're getting changes all of the time. So I think the changes that we're getting are just a little bit too radical. Arcane is a different spec every fucking patch, man. It's no longer a meme now. They've changed like a very core identity of Arcane every patch since beta. Since alpha, beta, season 1, season 2, season 3. I think this is the 5th version of Arcane that we have right now. And maybe read like an overall priority of buttons, but that's it. Won't give it more than 5 brain cells. That's fair. That's fair. Listen, that's fine. From what I know, you played the game a little bit casually. Not really casual, right? Because you're a good player, but you don't mythic rate or push high IO score, right? Unless you do, well, you know. But last I checked, you were just like chilling. So you don't need all of that stuff to chill and have some fun. I think they, in all honesty, I think they're doing a decent job at making the game to a point. Oh my god, we got tagged. Bro, none of you motherfuckers want to tank. I would tank the shit out of this, man. I need to test DPS. Somebody tank. What was I saying? Oh, I think they're doing a decent job at making the game in a way where you could be a dumbass and just picks like some almost, not really, but almost random talents. Like, okay, I like all of the disease talents. You pick all of the disease talents and you're gonna do fine, right? I think they're doing a good job at making that. You cannot really brick a build unless you're memeing, unless you're trolling, unless you're like, I just want to take all of the talents that don't have a talent to the right of them. Like if you have like a stupid rule like that, then yeah, you're probably not gonna make a good build. Oh, Shadow Priests have been fine for a while, man. They haven't been reworked in a while. That was a meme in Dragonflight. Which character do you think is the most fun? Warlock, Shaman, Hunter, MM, Shadow Priest. Probably Shaman out of all of those. I would everybody who was 3k and 2M Mythic. What is that? Raid this season are average people. They're not average people, bro. They're no. Sorry, no. Sorry, no. No, you live in a high-end society. You live in a privileged community of gamers, of people that are really, really good at the game. What the fuck is that? What is this? What is this? Is this a bug? Or are we gonna have another fucking loot specialization that will let me loot two-handers as Frost Decay or one-handers as Frost Decay? Fourth DK, bro, for real, meme, fourth DK spec, yes. No. Give me a second. I want to print screen this. Yes. Perfect. Fourth spec. You heard it here, folks, guys. Clip it. Most I do is 2.5k for the month. That's my fun cap. That's perfectly fair, man. Yeah, 3k IO and 2 out of 8 mythic rate is not fucking average people. Don't worry about it. Average players barely play +7s, bro. You need to define average by a bell curve that, you know, measures people's... Bro's cooking, dude. We cooking. Oh my god, I'm lagging. Oh, fuck me, dude. Oh, and I can desecrate again. Oh, bro, I cannot play this spec with one hand. No. No. Also, what's with my FPS? Goddamn. Are you guys seeing this? What the fuck? 18 FPS? What the shit? Oh my god, the setup is so much longer! Bro, this is way more. Bro. I get Fester Scythe so quick that between Death and Decay and Desecrate, I just have too many buttons to press. How did they make this more buttons to press? I thought it was supposed to be the other way around. Bro, I don't think I can play the video game. I'm trash. What the fuck? Why? I had so much promise. I was supposed to be the chosen one. Bring balance to the YouTubes. God damn it. Why is my frame rate so shit? Bro, I swear to God, there's some, bro. There is something. There is not something else. There is something. Yeah, I just have way too many runes, dude. You know what, man? You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna fucking, bro. I'm gonna fucking play with the one button, man. I think that's where I think that's where I am right now. That's my place. That's where I belong. It's just who I am. I just need to accept it. Stop being in denial. One button. I beat the rogue though. What's up, Percy? You salty because of the raid, man? Nobody's saltier than me, dude. Yo. Woo! Bro, I don't know. I'm looking at my screen. Fuck. I think I'm pressing buttons. I did damage. What up? Bursting source, quadratic scaling. When you have infinite runes, it works. Didn't have ascendance. Yeah, suck my dick, man. I don't have a hand. How about that? Didn't have ascendance. Oh my god, I have no damage, dude. What the fuck? Jesus! Fucking enhancement is cracking. Look at that lightning bolt damage. Wait, is enhancement normally supposed to do this much lightning bolt damage, or is this like new stuff? There's some weird ass thing going around here, man. This didn't happen in fucking Halls of Atonement, dude. How am I supposed to? I think, oh my god, I need two hands, bro. I need two hands. I cannot play this without two hands. There's actually quite a bit going behind this. Oh shit. Single target lightning bonus number 1. All right, cool. I mean that makes sense. It's your single target consumer. I love this tank, bro. This is how you limit test, bro. There are kicks supposed to happen, but I'm crippled, so good luck, guys. Okay, the one button doesn't actually press Desecrate for me, I don't think. No, but I pressed... I didn't get MZ out. MS. This build has potential, but I'm playing it wrong. I don't even know if it has to do with Sandlane, but I guess Sandlane makes it better. Alright. With a couple more dungeons and no FPS issues, it's possible. Fuck, what's with the FPS, dude? I kind of want to do this dungeon again, though. Can I just get the fuck out? Bro, the shortcuts are too good. The shortcuts are too good, I cannot get out. I don't think I see power professor. How fast can you update the Frost Mage Wikara with one hand? I don't think it's up to date at all. I think it's a season 1 Wikara. And try Frost on my spare mage. Oh, that's the name of it. I just need to start playing Frost Mage, man. I need to, you know, play a little bit to see what I want to track and then just track that, I guess. This is a good dungeon, man. What are you talking about? The more framing drops, the better DPS is. No, they're not correlated. No, please. Have you tested brew yet? I have not. No. It's I'm probably not gonna test tanks until Mythic Plus comes out. This, how do you test tanks even? Nothing kills you, right? Can I get out? Oh, I'm gonna pull everything. I should probably go the other way around. Maybe I can go through the middle. I will die. Guess I could swap the blood to make sure that they don't dismount me. Like you saw this tank, he had to pull like stupid levels of mobs just to be able to feel like he's tanking anything. Left that out for a bit, alright. Could have used your portal? What portal? It wasn't reset for me. Alright, let me go to the bathroom real quick. Should we turn? All right. All right. Oh, you saw Link? Yeah, boy. All right. Am I keeping the same builds? I think I am. Let's reset the dungeon. See if we can get another group going. I don't know what's causing my FPS issues. The only thing that I started was Curseforge. What if I turn it off? Is that gonna fix it? I do have a nice forehead, thank you. It was quick. Some of these guys. I don't know if I want to make any changes. Virulent Plague does the most damage, that makes sense now. Legion of Souls does a lot of damage though. It was just in the last fuck with the messages. See if I get a phone call. Got a question for Frost Decay's Glacial Advance. Is it a passive only because I can't find an active spell? It's in your spellbook. No, it's baseline. If you're asking about PTR. If you're asking about retail, then it's not a passive, no. If you talented, it should be a spell that you press. Flask here or file or whatever. Still dropping FPS. Like, what the hell? Is it like a priory thing? I want to record a run on this. It's like no FPS. I want to record it for a video or two. I don't know. I didn't have FPS issues in the previous dungeons. Can affect everyone? Not really, because it depends on everybody's PC. Like, there are general game design issues with FPS that doesn't affect everybody. Bro, didn't get aggro. I didn't even dismount. Okay. Where's the hunter though? Oh shit, that's not the button I wanted to press. I'm still dropping frames though. That seems fine now. Oh, I can with 3 mobs, bro. Stack is playing like fucking giga safe. Jesus. Jesus. Maybe I need to like restart the game or something. I don't know. I barely have any add-ons. Jesus, they're all dead. Yeah, no, I cannot test. Nah, we need Mythic Plus, bros. We need Mythic Plus. We need Mythic Plus or have like 1 DPS. Do like 4-man this. Fucking... Bro, the hunter just kills himself. What the fuck? Fucking explosive shot. Yo, what the fuck? Yo, 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 what the actual fuck? It crits 9 million on 1 target? Yo, what the fuck is that? What the fuck? Dude! What the fuck? 23 million easy, 23 million damage. I'm just like... What tier set am I checking? Is the regular one? Is the new one, right? Oh, he's playing the live one. Yeah, season 2 one. Yeah, okay. And whatever, man, I don't care what he's doing, but I cannot tell shit now. Things are just like dying like cartoonishly fast. Look at his damage, bro. Season 2 tier set just scales like to some ridiculous number, man. 11 million damage on a boss. Lol. 9 million crits. Get the fuck out, dude. I cannot watch WhatsApp right now, bro. Bro, I can't do shit, man. What's the point?
They belong to that old fool sister Blaze. Destroy these outsiders.
I have a good mind to just kick this guy. Like, what am I doing? Like, I cannot even press cooldowns. What is this? What's the point of this video game? Right, am I not missing a... What's the direction, bro? $6 million single target. Get the fuck out, bro. Yeah, this is bugged as all hell. Is he just firing lock and load explosive shots? Is that what the bug is? It's multi-shot, lock and load. I don't understand. He's just better. Skills, man. Skill issue. What can you say? Needs to learn from the best. Mythic Plus isn't open yet. No, we have to do Mythic 0. By the time I use Desecrate, they're dead. 25 million on 4 mobs, bro. What the fuck, dude? They're dead. I desecrated. They're dead. Alright, well, this is a fucking waste of time. And I get the concept of desecrate. It's actually not that bad. In theory. Jesus Christ. Oh, lock and load doesn't consume itself. It's bugged. Alright. Alright, Jesus. Alright, oh my god. Will somebody accidentally pull the boss? Oh shit, I think somebody accidentally pulled the boss, man. It's accidental, it happens. You have to understand. It's not my fault. Oh, Bloodlust, yes. Let's kill this boss faster, lol. Oh, what a waste of time. Why not defile over D&D? Because I'm running Desecrate. It's a new talent.
All who take comfort in the light of the sacred flame, thank you.
Alright, maybe it's just this dungeon. Best run so far? Or the Apocalypse 0% chance to be played next season? I have no idea. I've played both. I could try to see if I can make a Red of the Apocalypse build work. Maybe we can play Echo Dome Aldani. Decent tank level DPS. Well, thank you, Persians. Decent tank level DPS is what I'm going for. I don't know what to do if I play Rider. What happens with Defile if I just play Desecrate? I want to test all will serve. I still have to go diseases. Like diseases just do so much more damage. Yeah, there's a spot. Yeah, sure. Well, most of the people here are pugs, so outside of buff. Wanna do Echo Dome? Oh, never mind, he left. Blood? No, I don't. Why? I'm not gonna do blood. Blood isn't reworked. Blood had no changes to it, right? Oh my god, we got a tank. Fucking, let's fucking go, dude. Did you do the story though? Because if you didn't do the first chapter of the story, you cannot open the dungeon. You can enter without story? Alright. Maybe they changed it. Alright, cool. You know tech? Go for it, man. Whatever works. Try to pull like more stuff. Pull more stuff so that we just have like more combat up there, because there's like things are just dying too quick. We could just go 4 man. I think. Oh, you want to heal? All right, cool. That helps. What happened to my wrist? I tried to carry a Fury Warrior in the Mythic Plus dungeon. It's too much weight. Right. I'm in. Is enhanced rework? No. It's I think it's still this. I don't know if enhanced had any changes. I think they kind of did some quality of life improvement on Stormbringer, as far as I know. More reasonable than carrying a Fury Warrior argument. That's how you can spot your Fury Warrior in chat, everybody. They live in the denial. So far, which DPS is your top 3 range DPS melee DPS? For season 3, I don't have a top 3. For season 2, Arcane Mage, Windwalker, Subtlety Rogue. I don't know, you said top 3. I guess those are 3, right? Jesus. You're tweaking out, bro. Shit. Shit. Fuck, bro. Fuck, man. Son of a bitch. That's so infuriating. Not having a bomb limb sucks ass. I wonder if Desecrate pops on its own if you don't pop it. That was a debuff thing that we had. Because the big guy does something. Did I stain anything? Forgot I'm Rider. I could just pony up. 15 seconds. Alright. I think I know what Marcelian's main will be, but I'm not spoiling that. I'm not even convinced he's gonna stick with it, but as you can see, DK is not doing so hot, or maybe that is a driver issue rather than a car issue. Could be, man, could be. Fucked up. Goddamn keybinds, bro. Stop showing me the fucking flowers.
The devourers seem to be coming from the angle. Stop them at the source, so we can return our attention before the crime.
I can just Deathbringer here, right? I never have to press Fetch or Strike ever again.
Look out! Something is coming up.
How to play Arcane if it didn't have them, plus conditions around how to when to use Barrage. So that's Arcane. Where's your personal resource bar? Look at that. Because it's a weak rot, so not my personal resource bar. What's the shield that I have? I ain't getting sucked in, not today, man. Why am I not bursting the wounds on these guys? Okay, much better. Now the boss actually stays alive for a bit. Oh, he can devour these guys. All right. And he heals back up if he does. My sound. It should die. It should die now. I don't know if it's gonna be if it's honestly gonna be a new spec, but it's definitely gotten people talking, and I don't think the devs were expecting anything else. For sure, when they did that announcement, when they chose that boss to be in the raid, they 100% knew people are gonna talk about it and speculate whether or not they're gonna put it into the game. So I'm just banking on the fact that maybe they just don't want to tease us just for fun. Now, whether or not it comes soon or the next expansion or never at all, I don't know. I cannot tell you, man. That's really up to them, honestly. Ah, the jumpy jumps, man. Feels a little bit better though. Did they change the P wave back for elemental? Back to what from what? From what we have live here? I haven't heard anything about it, no? I need to double check. I didn't think Shaman got that many changes, did it? Finally a pull for a DK, bro. Yeah, I think everybody would love a new spec. I don't think there's a reasonable person out there that doesn't want a new spec. No. It'd be nice if they just did it! Just do it! Oh, I forgot to trigger it. Wait, why not? It's a cool dungeon, but the constant blinks. Yeah, I don't like the stalkers either. I have to constantly chase them away. Mechanics are kind of cool. Look at all of the arcane mechanics, bro. Can you stack these, I wonder? An M0. Abomination Limb or, you know, Legion of Souls doing damage is actually kind of cool. Seeing all of those slappy hands all over the place and knowing that they're trucking. You destroyed the orbs, right? Oh shit, that's not where I wanted to put my stuff. What up, Ransom? How's it going? Yeah, yeah, that means that they won't grip anymore. Such a good ability. That's why they cannot do this, man. They cannot make amazing utility tied to a lot of damage. It just never works. That's not how WoW combat is designed. Oh, I don't have any more. Ugh, the movement! Kill me! Alright. Yeah, gameplay wise is just the same. You just have different level of wounds coming in. You are mounted. Dismount me! This. This oil. What the fuck? Oh, okay, the spirit. Every time someone says slappy hands, I imagine taking the mob by the neck and slapping him with one. That's exactly how it is, man. It's real, that's true. What's going on? Oh my god, is this oh shit, somebody pulled? Fuck. Problem with having everything on the mouse is that if I try to also throw my camera around, That's when it's over. Oh, okay. Cool mechanic. Yeah, this is a big, very big ad. Well, all of this side is kind of practically useless. It all depends on the count. 20th of August, is that when Gamescom is? Yeah. Can potentially be pretty big. Man, these ethereals are so cool. Ah. Are they else released on the PTR? I don't know. They give you buffs, man. You get 10% haste and movement speed. It's kind of like the affix, the Zaltath affix. My god, Virulent Plague is such a short... Alright.
We did pay you, but destroying the dome will only hurt the rest.
I think maybe with this one we want to clear everything, spawn the boss, and then do the stuff. No, it's not. It's a debuff. It's in your debuffs, man. It's a very short buff. Death Squirrel here. Death Coils. Full mana. Yeah, but, well, actually... Bruise meta. You think so? I would be... Maybe I'll still be playing Monk if Bruise meta. Maybe I'll be tanking next turn, next season. Who knows? It's not like I'm not tanking this season anyway. I think I'm gonna be playing the one button rotation from now on. Deathbringer says this. Then I can just play and look at chat and not have to worry about stuff. Procs, weak cross, what does that mean? Fuck. I forgot that I have to also pick it up. Oh, I don't know. Put this down. No. I don't know where my thing is. I guess I don't have a thing. Fuck that. If we don't pick the clone, do we just take like more damage? Is that what's happening? You get a debuff. But I got my clone, I still get a debuff. Alright. Well, tested this as well. I'm content with the results so far. Definitely needs more work. Weapon is broken. If you want the weak rod that I'm using, that looks like the personal resource bar, you can have it. You can find it on our my Waggle profile, waggle.io/p/flame, or if you're still in chat, let me know and I'll link it to you. All right. I have no idea what's better for enhancement, brother. I haven't played enhancement yet. You're still there? Alright, cool. Oh, if you're on Twitch, even easy, type !WA in chat, you get the link. I just cannot get that to work on YouTube. Okay. What are our thoughts on Unholy since we're here? Let me get the... There's a lot of stuff that is very similar with Taze's points as well. So what has changed? All right, let's see. A-bomb limb is Legion of Souls. It's kind of meh. Does a lot of damage, no grips. Desecrate. Easy AoE wounds. I'm not gonna talk about tuning, I don't think. Because I think Taze's point of Desecrate is the fact that the damage of it is so tiny that you're never gonna pick it. So we lost Vile Contagion gone. We have the new choice node. Plague and Grave Mastery. Plague and Grave Mastery. Choice node is not intuitive with the rest of the spec. Spec intuitiveness is lacking hard. What else do I have a problem with here? Tuning doesn't help. Diseases better than minions. So the fact that tuning sucks, PTR or not, because it's probably the same as live as well, doesn't really help when you want to define Unholy as a minion spec or not, because it just turns out to be the same with Holy Paladin, where the melee versus caster playstyles were not properly designed and tuned, so now you just have a little bit of both, I feel. It's because we're getting blocked to Season 3 now. What are your thoughts on testing Shadow Priest? Incomplete. Some of the things that is doing is better, but well, maybe it's not incomplete. Maybe this is just my DK brain at the moment. The idols are just a little bit more passive and boring. I like that they're trying to make Auspicious Spirits or Shadowy Apparitions better. It's one of the things that I like about Shadow Priest more as well. But the tuning is very lacking on those at the moment. But I think the overall rework on Shadow is probably better than Unholy. But they both need more tuning, more iteration. I'm still wondering that Defile will be the high difficulty choice and Desecrate the low difficulty one. Maybe that's the point. Maybe the point of Desecrate is to be lower damage and just utility and cleaving. If you have to move a lot. It also helps with applying wounds. I think Desecrate is supposed to replace Vile Contagion. Kinda, because it's like the way to put wounds in AoE. So maybe I'll batch these two together as a talking point. What else? What else do I have a problem with? I think Frost Decay is more broken. I think Unholy is just incomplete. I think the Unholy rework isn't bad in of itself. It's bad because it's not addressing the real issues that Unholy has. It's just addressing random issues. Or random things that might not even be issues. I think I can just put it under issues. Spec identity unclear still. Diseases versus wounds versus minions. Diseases are tuned high every iterations. Wounds seem to be a resource that overfloods you, or you have none of, depending on talents. So there's no like real middle ground, but I guess you could just like, I didn't pick Infected Claws for instance, so that kind of was a little bit better. Oh, another thing that changed that was kind of good. San Lane Blood Beast procs on Dark Transformation instead of APOC. Oh, and right, APOC replaces Dark Tran. Meh kills fantasy / flavor. Oh. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of these. Resource that overfloods, you know, depending on the talents. From what I understand, decomposition tuning issues. So for instance, Stace touched on a topic that I cannot really relate to because I don't play at that level, where he went into grip not being an actual buff because a lot of classes have displacement abilities. Well, I can try to be fair towards him that sure, whenever you need displacements, you don't necessarily need the grip style displacement, but the grip style displacement is the best type of displacement. Like I have Blast Wave on Fire Mage, which I used on when we progressed through Ovinax on Mythic in Season 1, and that was good, but DK Grip is still better. Or Abomination Limp would have been better, or Mass Grip would have been better. So, I don't know. What is the point of Army of the Dead if you just remove it? Yeah, that's a good point. I can actually put that in. No more reason to play Army of the Dead. Actually, I can put this into issues. Well, no. Maybe I'll structure the video a little bit differently. Decomposition tuning issues. Wounds. Wounds are weird still. Yeah, I think this is pretty much it. Overall, rework didn't seem to address feedback, criticism, or player. Is player desire a good way to put it? I don't know. It's like player desire. So it's kind of weird still. I think they should move away from Moon gameplay, completely focus on disease minion gameplay. I don't know what the solution of it is. Simplifying a spec isn't like, I don't know. Maybe I feel like if you just take wounds away from Unholy, it's just you dumb it down even more, which works for some specs. I don't know if it works for Unholy because I don't know. I always liked Unholy because it had this underlying complexity to it, where the more skillful you are, the more you can juggle these resources. The problem is that they're just not, wounds are just not as impactful. They're not impactful in the way that they're supposed to be played. Like, Jesus, the way you play wounds right now, you just get fucking like. I think wounds just really matter with bursting swords or Fessor Might. And it feels like no matter how you play wounds, as long as you build and burst, it doesn't matter how you do it, you still get value from both. Maybe, but this is like way too much of an advanced thought that I don't know if it's really true. But it doesn't feel like, okay, I'm monitoring the wounds as a resource. I think I think they need to be fewer in number and do more damage. I feel like that's how it should be. They're not as impactful enough. I just have so many of them that I always have bursting swords and I always have fester might. But these are so good that you cannot really just remove wounds. Because if you remove wounds, then you cut away like half of what Unholy does. Frost DK, the gameplay was fine. It's incomplete. So Frost rework is incomplete and a little bit broken. Unholy rework is just weird. It's just out of the blue. I never tuned in during the homework portion of the stream. This is the first time I'm doing it also. But that's about it. I wanted, because I now I have my ideas fresh. And I don't want to have to like walk through, because sometimes whenever we do videos and I write the script, then we record, edit, and then once we publish it, I remember it's like, oh my god, I talked with people on stream about this and I forgot to put it in or stuff like that. So it's kind of what I'm doing right now. Plus I'm getting like direct feedback from some of you guys that play more Unholy than me. That also makes it a little bit more complete, I guess. I think functionality, I didn't encounter as many problems with Unholy as I did with Frost. So if Unholy has deeper functionality problems, they're way too hidden that I just don't notice them. It's official. Midnight announcement at Gamescom? Yeah. But we kind of knew this, right? We're probably gonna get the cinematic there. They're probably gonna have like a little pre-recorded wallcasty bits that will talk about some of the features. And that's in like 2 months, less than 2 months, right? In less than 2 months, we will know the next expansion, ladies and gentlemen. Woohoo! Removing wounds doesn't have to simplify the gameplay. The nuance can be rolled into something with diseases or minions doing something like demo log, no damage. Okay, no, you are correct. So I can see a world where they take away the wounds completely and then they just alter minions. You do certain things, certain minions get buffed. You do certain things, you call out a bigger abomination. You do certain things, you start to spread a lot of diseases. Diseases tick quicker. Diseases flare up. Diseases continuously spread. Diseases launch waves of trickle AoE damage like the way bursting swords do, right? Where you do something and everybody that's diseases starts to explode in damage all around, right? More rot damage, more drain them down. There's definitely content that you can do and remove boring shit like crit damage, 10% more damage, just random shadow damage between you and like this. Like what was the point in this? What is this? What even is Dark Unholy Pact? A chain. Make this do like 10 times more damage, so then when I have the chain, I'm looking at my pet and I'm just like rotating around the pack so that the chain just trickles into everything. Like anything that's passive and doesn't imply any gameplay changes on your part can go away as far as I'm concerned. The Commander of the Dead, yeah. Abomination can be a talent like your, I don't know, you have 2 or 3 combo abilities and the way you build it, you do this and it's kind of like you build combo points, but once you're like reach a certain number of stacks of a buff or whatever, you can summon your abomination. Maybe it has stats based off of how you've built that abomination. Maybe it cleaves AoE and applies diseases in AoE, or maybe it does single target mortal strikes on the target. I don't know, there's so many things you can explore with this. No, I'm not doing any more M0. No. So there's definitely potential here, man. Definitely potential. I think that's good. I think this is just the first iteration. I'm just curious to see if by the time we end up doing our Unholy rework video, if they change any of the things that we talked about here. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know, maybe they're careful of going into that direction, Ransom, because if they go into the direction of necromancy, they kill any potential chance of them making a necromancer class. I don't know if they even intend to do that, but you know how demonology had metamorphosis as an ability, and they had to take that away from demonology to give it to demon hunters? So maybe they just don't want to repeat that. They want to leave their doors open. But the thing is that the game evolves. They keep introducing new worlds, new concepts, new magic systems, new classes that unless they do like two classes per expansion, they will never be able to cover everything that they left on the table. They're essentially leaving money on the table. I'm sorry. But WoW is such a big game at this point that we could very well just have like 30 classes at this point. It's way too big of a game. You need Necromancer, Tinker, Spellbreaker, fucking what else? Some kind of Blood Mage, Temporal Mage, Gladiator spec, whatever that means, a Feral Druid spec or class that turns into a werewolf. Oh goddamn! Thank you for the $10 super chat, man. Thanks for taking a look at Unholy. It's been my main from Legion onwards. It's max fantasy, just has some deep issues. IRP gargoyle. I totally get you, man. So normally I am the kind of nerd that in fantasy games I play two main archetypes. Either the shapeshifting druid or the summon the skeletons class. Whether it's a necromancer or a death knight or whatever. Mostly in most games it's a necromancer. And I am personally invested in Death Knight being a good, cool class that can do like cool shit. But you have Lich, you have Necromancer. There's so many things, right? So many classes, so many races. So either you just open the floodgates and just put everything into the game and make WoW one big class that there's like a class for everybody. It's gonna be a nightmare to balance, but fuck it, man. Do you want a big game or not? I don't know. If we keep playing conservative this way, it's so weird. I don't know. I feel like they should just go all out. It's not 2004 anymore. We're not restricting to the major races anymore. Look at this. We have bejeweled rock dwarfs, come on, and we have rat people. Surely we can get like ogres, ethereals, and we can get like all sorts of classes. One class per season, they still can't get them all in. Yeah, but it's a little bit too much, right? But how long are they gonna keep WoW up, right? After the World Soul Saga, it's clear they clearly are building themselves up to a turning point. Either they're gonna stop WoW after the World Soul Saga and do something else with WoW, either just transition into a different kind of game, or reset the story, or reinvent the wheel or something. I don't know what they're gonna do, because there's no higher stakes than that. You cannot play the Dragon Ball Z game. We're gonna fight the Titans in the Void and finish the battles in the last Titan, and then what? Then, well, there's actually this extra Titan that is the Titanist of the Titan and the Voidiest of the Void Lord that voids all of the other Void Lords. Like, nah, we cannot go there. World of Diablo? World of StarCraft, brother, what do you mean? But what could happen is, I don't know, they could take this opportunity and use the last Titan to like reset the entire universe, ground everything back to normal, make us farmers and peasants, put the stories be magical stories, but don't make this whole parallel time travel space traveling fucking burning legion is eating worlds and they're trying to stop a war between these gods and those gods, and we need to stop those gods and become the other gods, and fuck me, bro. How can you wrap your head around this world, right? So I think like they can just ground the story back in after World Soul Saga, because they cannot keep going further and further beyond. We would have player housing. Maybe we would have an Azeroth with like 5 continents that are just as big as Kalimdor and Eastern Kingdoms. Maybe the game will be from level 1 to 100 and that's it, right? What is WOS? World of StarCraft, you mean? Yeah, that's, I don't think that's gonna happen. Trying to shit on Dragon Ball Z always, man. Every opportunity I have. Eldorf. Yeah, no, for me that doesn't work, man. That's fine for a goofy fighting game or anime game, that's fine. But when you're trying to make a fantasy game, like how, bro, where do you go from the Titans, man? Like it's not believable anymore. It just turns into an arcade game. I'm not a fan of arcade games. Give me a story that I can enjoy and lose myself in. Well, to the new engine coming, I don't know, bro. I mean, listen, the scope of you know, developing a video game can just change in about 4 years when this is all done, right? Who knows, maybe they'll find a way to like completely create a new game engine for WoW and import all of the database from current WoW into new WoW. Let me just say that if they completely scrap everything, like we all start fresh, there are no mounts, no more transmogs, no more achievements, everybody starts from zero, I would be perfectly fine with that. I just think that the current player, the majority of the player base of WoW just play WoW because either they're addicted to it, that they don't know any other game, or it just becomes like a habit. I feel like a lot of players play WoW out of a habit. A lot of players still play because it's fun, right? Obviously the game is still fun because we're here, but I cannot shake the fact that a lot of people just play because it's just become routine. And for those people, you cannot take away their transmogs, their collections. This is becoming a part of their culture. It's becoming a social aspect of their life, which is perfectly fine. But that's probably the main reason why we're never gonna get WoW 2.0 unless they figure out a way to take the database from normal WoW into WoW 2.0 and then just expand on it. So, you know, you make your orc warrior in WoW 2.0, but it still has all of your wolf mounts and dragons and all of that stuff, right? Unless they do that, I don't think people want to just like scrap everything. I think they can do something like Final Fantasy XIV. The story ends and another story begins, maybe on another planet with new ideas. I don't know, man. Listen, I'm not a game developer, so I don't know how a story works, but as far as I'm concerned, right, I don't even know if I can accurately represent this. Why is this so tiny? So when you create a story, right, and if it's a fantasy story about gaining power and always having a bigger baddie, right, you kind of have to create a world, a cohesive world. If you're going to scale your stakes and your stories every time, you're going to reach an end point, right? This is the end point. End, right? Once you get here, there's no more, anything that's past this is no longer believable. It just becomes goofy. It just becomes Disney. So we started here in vanilla. What is this? 2004. And to be fair, Burning Legion felt like this. This was Burning Legion, right? Burning Legion. And here we have Void Lords and Titans. I'm sorry, but N'Zoth was here. In terms of stakes, you cannot make me fight N'Zoth after Burning Legion. Shadowlands was maybe here. The Afterlife. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm not fair to Shadowlands. It's an Afterlife, right? Maybe Shadowlands is here. Dragonflight is here. Right? And the War Within is... I don't know where the War Within is. Maybe here. The War Within, right? So, in terms of scale... And we can debate this, right? But, you know, probably lore nerds know this better. You can debate the stakes of all of this stuff. But whenever it's like zigzaggy like this, you can't... That's not how you write a story. Like, you cannot make me fight Argus, the Unmaker, here. And then tell me that I get to fight N'Zoth, which is what Granddaddy Sargeras eats for breakfast, right? The Titans just annihilate all gods. We know that, right? They keep that. That's how Yashraj got destroyed. The Titans just ripped it off of the planet. Where's Gallywix? I don't know, here. Yeah, right. Undermine, right? Undermine. What the fuck? Final Fantasy has a fucking insane story. That's what I keep hearing. They need to follow Final Fantasy when it comes to story. The whole story of the expansion on release, that's multiple hours. But that's fine, but that's not WoW. You cannot make WoW Final Fantasy, just like how you cannot make Final Fantasy WoW. Because I can say the same thing, bro. Final Fantasy just goes too deep into the story, man. If I wanted to watch a 10-hour, 30-hour story, I would just watch a Netflix show. Just give me the gameplay, give me all of the spells, let me copy paste the build, have a lot of skills, and then just turn Final Fantasy into WoW. I can just give you the opposite side argument, and you wouldn't like it. They're different games, and that's fine. They do different things. In the game, there is an idea of going back, and I think they will use that of an expansion after the last add-on. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about going back. I can make a good expansion story on launch. Yeah, no, oh, okay, you're talking about something else. Okay, ungated story. Yeah, I don't know what I mean, I can tell you that they want to increase player engagement, that they want to break apart the story so that people stay subscribed a little bit more, but obviously they're never gonna admit to stuff like that. I don't know why. It's just the WoW model, and I'm not a fan of it either. Breach had a good guess about where WoW is heading after the last Titan. Fair enough. I'm sure many people do. I would be curious to know. I'm probably gonna check his video out, I guess. You have all the different cosmic forces after the Titans. How does the light look after the Titans are gone? I don't know if the Titans have anything to do with the light, though. No? Yeah, see, like that I like, okay, fair. This is where my bias comes in, Tag. I couldn't give two shits about the cosmic powers, bro. The devs, I mean, I'm sorry, but the devs cannot write a proper character story for Faerun Lothar, and you're telling me they can write a world-building story around the cosmological powers of the world? No, Shadowlands was clear an indication that they cannot do that. It's not that I'm more into vanilla lore, I just don't care. Those are hard concepts to tell, and they're very unrelatable. The more you create a concept that's so abstract, like the cosmic powers of the universe, like how does your brain, it's just, I don't know, it feels like cartoons. And that's why it's just super, it's flashy colors. It's like drinking energy drinks with your eyes closed. It's just an overload of stimuli that don't make you think, that don't require anything from you. It's just, you just savor them and that's it. Okay, and that's fine. But I like something that has a little bit of thought into it. I like some characters that, I don't know, maybe I'm old, man. Maybe I grew up and I like a real story. If you're gonna pretend to give me a story, if you're not gonna pretend to give me a story, then fine. I'm not gonna care about the story. Take it wherever you want. Just give me good gameplay. That's my stance on WoW at the moment. And Koresh is fine because I think Koresh and Outland were done good. So if you're gonna create a world where you have these bigger than life enemies like Dimensius, Burning Legion, right? You cannot one-on-one fight them. It doesn't make sense. Because you then are elevated to the status of to their status, and then any other conflict that's below that instantly doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't make sense for us to have the power to save the pantheon of the Titans and then have problems with goblins. What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean gnolls can kill me in two hits? I stopped the aspect of death. What the fuck is a boar going to do to me? Do you understand how silly it is to scale the stakes that high? That's why you don't scale the stakes that high. When it comes to Koresh and Outland, it's basically a world destroyed, and I think they didn't say this. Maybe I shouldn't say it either, because I might spoil it for you, so I'm not gonna say it, unless it becomes public knowledge, at which point, great. But we're gonna fight Dimensius. Dimensius is a boss that's bigger than Stormwind or whatever, right? As much as I dislike this, they kind of did the Deathwing fight right, but it's just not consistent. Deathwing is too much of a threat for us to like fight it one-on-one. If we were like here, and Deathwing was like there, and we were like fighting its claws and whatever, then sure, but after that, what do you do after that? You can never fight an average Drake or an average Orc or an average Aberration or Demon or whatever. Because it won't make any sense. You fought the strongest, biggest, baddest dragon in the world. You're never going to fight another dragon the same way. That's the problem with that kind of concept. I'm a serial cinematic skipper. If I wanted a story in my game, I would play a visual novel. True, but you can. But you know, WoW is not, you know, a no story game either. Maybe Blizzard's gonna bring back. Nah, Arthas is gone, bro. When Azeroth Awakening singles will go down to Earth, expansions focusing on her and her character growth and whatnot. That sounds boring as fuck. Bro, they need. Okay, so I think Azeroth Awakens, we finish the last Siren, she becomes this bigger than life being that we never get to directly interact with, and we become like regular mortal. I feel like after the last Siren we should go back here. We should go back here. And instead of just repeating this cycle, because yeah, we should just have this cycle. This. And whenever you have a big baddie like N'Zoth, right? Like that's N'Zoth. We're champions, we're this strong, right? And we have to fight N'Zoth, a threat to the universe that's this big. We use a tool, we use the help of Azeroth. We use some tools to, like, kind of how we used against N'Zoth with Heart of Azeroth, which kind of contradicts it, but that's just, we use, I don't know, a way to reject N'Zoth's influence on reality. We manage to scale that, and then we go back because we're not actually that strong, right? But BFA just made us that strong, period, right? With the Heart of Azeroth. I don't know. You can't please everyone. It boils down to that. That way you like lore is different from how other people like. But that's fair. That's fair. You know, I'm okay with accepting that, and I did that, and I've done that since Shadowlands. That's why I couldn't really get invested into lore anymore. I don't know, Oxy. They can spin that in an infinite number of ways. Even Arcane series super loved, but people also hate things in Arcane too because people are different and have varied taste. That's true, but that's when you have to be consistent to your story, right? The thing is with WoW story, it just goes left and right, left and right, left and right too much. Just pick a direction, just go with it. And who doesn't like it just doesn't engage with it or just play something else. And whoever likes it just keeps getting more of what they like. The problem with WoW is that it's in their story and it's in their class design and everything. They just want to try to please everybody. And you don't actually please everybody. Look at really successful games. They have a very, very specific design. Look at games like God of War, the old ones. They're just a hack and slash, fucking gratifying, gory fiesta. And that's their player base. And they've been acclaimed for being some of the best games ever made, right? You don't need to tell a compelling story. You don't need to have a skill tree to progress towards. You don't need to have secrets in a cave and puzzles. No, you don't. Just make the game what it is. I think WoW just tries to be way too much. Maybe, my opinion. What you're saying is once we defeat Thanos, a new timeline is created and we go back to when we made our characters. But there are changes to the world. The Horde live in Stormwind. They're, you know, they marry the humans, and I don't know, we get a bunch of Garonas. Wait, is Garona half orc and half human, or half orc and half Draenei? What is the lore on Garona now? Against Argus, we have the artifact weapons and mega buff from the Titans, and we did not kill Argus just with the powers. That's true, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of true. I don't know. It's just that every time we have a concept like that, Renan, we just magically lose the weapon that we used, just so that we can do it all over again. After once or twice, it just becomes boring. The newer God of War games. Oh, I totally agree. Yeah, but I was talking about the old games because they're way more specific. The new God of War games is a little bit more. It's the new age type of RPG. That fork Draenei? Yeah, that's what I knew. It was all a dream, Jesus. We can die to a goblin in the next expansion. But that's so boring, man. I can't. It's fine. It's just too much. I think WoW should have probably stopped after Legion. Or after Legion, we should have had the World Soul Saga directly. This is what happens when you try to milk a franchise way too much. It's just there's the teat doesn't have any more milk to give. It's over. Or maybe I just got too dizzy with all of the weird directions of the lore, so it's not consistent. Maybe this would all make sense if it was written by, I don't know, one direction and competent writers. I don't know. Somehow digital returns. No more nipples, please. It was a dream. Our character wakes up in a padded room screaming about needing grinding for the weekly vault. Or, you know, grinding those boar hides in Westfall. Disagree with you about the lore a lot. That's fine. It's the nature of the game. I don't care. Yeah, it's perfectly fine to disagree. My love for the story died 4 years ago. I'm trying to reignite it, but I just can't. It's not attracting at all to me. And apparently I have way too specific tastes that don't resonate with the new age gamer, so it's fine. Dragonfly was okay, but all the other expansions, they really should have made that 5-year lore time skip to Dragonfly right after Legion. I don't know. Dragonfly was cool. It had, like, the side stories were just way better. I don't know. Alright, fuck the side stories. Okay, everybody, that's it for today. We're gonna be back on Wednesday. Yes, Wednesday. We're gonna have Mythic Plus to test. Yes, so we can actually get to see these reworked specs in order. Maybe we're gonna have like a new version of the patch with some changes to the classes. We'll see how it works out. Enjoy the rest of your day, everybody. Love y'all. Peace, and see you next time.